Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't drive past that empty lot without getting goosebumps. It's been 11 years since that day, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear that crying again. I need to get this off my chest because keeping it bottled up is driving me crazy. I was 13 when it happened, just a normal Tuesday in October. The leaves were changing, Halloween decorations were starting to pop up around the neighborhood. Me, James, Michael, Tyler and Connor were riding our bikes home from school like we always did. We took our usual shortcut through Maple Street, past all those big old houses that had been there since forever. The Hollowbrook house stood at the end of Cedar Lane. Everyone knew about it, this massive Victorian thing with peeling paint and a yard that hadn't been maintained in decades. My grandpa told me it had been abandoned since the 70s after some tragedy happened there. But nobody ever talked about what exactly went down. The for sale sign was so weathered you could barely read it. We'd passed it 100 times before, but that day was different. We were just pedaling by, talking about the math test we'd bombed, when Connor suddenly stopped. "Guys, look," he said, pointing toward one of the upstairs windows. "I swear I just saw someone." I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, right." "No, for real," he insisted. "Someone pulled back the curtain." We all stopped our bikes and stared up at the house. The place looked the same as always, broken shutters, grimy windows, dead garden. But then, I saw it too. The yellowed lace curtain on the second floor moved slightly, not like from a breeze, like someone was watching us. "Probably just some homeless dude who broke in," Tyler said, but he sounded unsure. We should have just kept riding. That's what I think about most, how different everything would be if we just kept going. Instead, Michael, always the brave one, suggested we check it out. Not breaking in or anything stupid like that. Just walk up to the front door and see if anyone was actually living there. If someone had bought the place, we wanted to know. We dropped our bikes on the sidewalk and walked up the cracked concrete path. The steps to the porch creaked under our weight. The closer we got, the more uneasy I felt. The house seemed to loom over us like it was watching. We were almost at the door when we heard it. A baby crying. Not just any crying. This was desperate, pained wailing that made my skin crawl. It was coming from somewhere inside the house. "What the hell?" Tyler whispered. "That's definitely a baby." The crying got louder, more frantic. "Maybe someone really is living here," Connor said, "with a baby." But the house looked completely uninhabitable. No lights, no car, nothing to suggest anyone lived there. Just that horrible crying. Michael, impulsive as always, knocked on the door. We stood there for what felt like forever, the baby still wailing inside. Finally, after about 5 minutes, the door opened, just a crack. A woman peered out. She looked around 40 with long dark hair and pale skin. She wore a faded dress that seemed oddly old-fashioned, but the weirdest part was how she just stared at us, not saying anything. Hi, Michael stammered. "We were just passing by and heard a baby crying. Is everything okay in there?" The woman's face didn't change expression at all. "Go away," she said flatly. Her voice was soft but cold. "But the baby sounds really upset," Michael persisted. "Do you need help or something?" "Go away," she repeated and shut the door in our faces. We stood there in shock, the crying still audible through the walls. "That was weird as hell," Tyler said. "Should we call someone, like CPS or something?" I was about to agree when Michael knocked again, louder this time. "We can't just leave," he insisted. "What if that baby needs help?" Nobody answered this time. But after a minute, the door slowly creaked open on its own, revealing a dark hallway inside. Looking back, this is where any sane person would have run. But we were 13, stupid, and concerned about the baby. So we went in. The inside of the house was freezing, much colder than the mild October day outside. A thick layer of dust covered everything, the floor, the old furniture, the picture frames on the walls. It looked like nobody had lived there for decades, not days. The crying had stopped. "Hello?" Michael called out. "We just want to make sure everything's okay." Silence. Then from upstairs the crying started again. "Where did that lady go?" Connor whispered. "She just opened the door and disappeared?" We stood in the entrance hall, looking around. A grand staircase led to the second floor. Doorways opened to other rooms. Everything was covered in dust except, and this detail still haunts me, a set of footprints that led from the door toward what looked like the kitchen. "Let's split up," Michael suggested. "Me and Tyler will check downstairs. You and Connor go up and find that baby." I didn't want to go upstairs. Every instinct told me to get out of that house. But the crying was getting louder, more desperate. Connor and I slowly climbed the stairs, each step creaking beneath our feet. The crying seemed to be coming from the end of the hallway. We passed several open doors, empty bedrooms with stripped beds, a bathroom with a rusted tub, all covered in dust and cobwebs. "This place hasn't been lived in for years," Connor whispered. "How can there be a woman and a baby here?" I didn't have an answer. The crying led us to the last door, which was closed. Connor looked at me, and I nodded. He turned the knob and pushed it open. It was a nursery, faded yellow wallpaper with a pattern of ducks and bunnies peeled from the walls. A rocking chair sat motionless in one corner, and by the window, in the far corner of the room, was an old-fashioned baby carriage, the kind with big wheels and a hood. The crying was definitely coming from the carriage. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaking. "Is anyone here?" No answer, just that awful crying. Connor and I approached the carriage slowly. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When we reached it, we both looked inside. It was empty, but the crying was still coming from it. Loud, clear, like a baby was lying right there in front of us, but there was nothing, just a yellowed sheet and a small pillow. I've never felt terror like that moment. Connor and I backed away, bumping into each other. "Michael! Tyler!" I shouted. "Get up here now!" We heard them running up the stairs. When they burst into the room, their faces were white. "The woman," Tyler gasped. "We saw her walk into the kitchen and she just vanished. Like she walked through the wall." The crying from the empty carriage got louder, impossibly loud for a sound coming from nothing. That's when we realized what we were dealing with. This wasn't a woman who needed help with her baby. This was something else entirely. We ran down the stairs, through the entrance hall, practically falling over each other to get out the front door. We didn't stop until we reached our bikes, breathing hard and shaking. As we grabbed our bikes, I couldn't help looking back at the house. The front door was slowly closing by itself, and then, in the upstairs window, the nursery window, the curtain pulled back. The woman stood there, and this time she was holding something. A baby. She was smiling. We rode our bikes so fast I thought my legs would fall off. Nobody said a word until we were miles away, at the park near Tyler's house. "What the hell was that?" Connor finally asked, his voice cracking. None of us had an answer. We tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was squatters playing a prank. Maybe we imagined things. But we all saw it. We all heard it. We made a pact not to tell anyone. Who would believe us anyway? 4 kids claiming they saw a ghost woman and heard a phantom baby. We'd be laughed out of town. The next day at school, we avoided talking about it. But after classes, Tyler came running up with a stack of papers from the library. He'd looked up the history of the Hollowbrook house. In 1972, a woman named Margaret Crane had lived there with her baby son. According to the article Tyler found, she became severely depressed after the birth. One winter night, she took her own life, but not before doing the unthinkable to her 6-month-old son. The house had been on the market ever since, but no one would buy it. People reported strange noises, cold spots, and sometimes a baby crying. 3 weeks after our experience, the city finally tore down the Hollowbrook house. It had been condemned for years, and they decided it was time. I remember watching the bulldozers from a safe distance, part of me hoping they would somehow put whatever was haunting that place to rest. But that wasn't the end. About a month later, an elderly woman at Hollowbrook Park reported seeing a strange woman with a baby sitting on a bench in the early morning hours. When she approached to offer help, it was freezing that day, the woman and baby vanished. Similar sightings started happening all over town, by the old bridge, near the elementary school, outside the library. Always the same description: a woman in an old-fashioned dress holding an infant. I'm 24 now. I've been to college, I've got a decent job, I'm a rational adult. But I still can't drive past that empty lot where the Hollowbrook house once stood. They never built anything new there. The land remains vacant, overgrown with weeds. Sometimes, when I drive through Hollowbrook late at night, I roll up my windows and turn my music up loud, because even after all these years, I'm afraid I might hear that crying again, that desperate, impossible wailing of a baby who isn't there. And sometimes, when I look in my rearview mirror, I can't shake the feeling that someone's in my back seat, someone holding something small and bundled in her arms, waiting for me to notice her. Story 2. I don't usually share this stuff, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been almost 3 years since the last incident, but I still look over my shoulder sometimes, especially at night. I grew up in Pine Grove with my grandmother after my parents split. It's one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone, and nothing exciting ever happens. At least that's what people think. Our house wasn't anything special. Built in the early 90s, 2 bedrooms, peeling wallpaper in the hallway that Gran never got around to fixing. Just a normal house, or so I thought. The first weird thing I noticed was the smell. Every so often, this strong scent of what Gran called hippie hair oil would appear near her bedroom. It was this musky, earthy smell that would just show up randomly, even when all the windows were closed. Gran said it was the same stuff her brother Larry used to wear before he passed away. I was too young to have met Uncle Larry, but his cowboy hat hung on our wall alongside some family photos. That hat was another strange thing. It would fall off the wall for no reason, not during storms or when doors slammed, just random times when the house was quiet. The other pictures stayed perfectly in place, but that hat would be on the floor when we'd walk into the room. Gran would just sigh, pick it up, and put it back like it was completely normal. I was around 10 when things started getting more personal. Gran and I argued a lot, normal stuff, me not doing chores or talking back. When I'd get sent to my room, that's when I'd feel it. This presence. I can't explain it any other way, like someone was watching me, especially from my closet. The air would feel heavier, colder, and I'd get this weird pressure in my chest. One night, after a particularly bad argument, I cried myself to sleep. I was laying on my side, facing the wall, when I heard it. A deep, gravelly voice, right next to my ear. "I know what you did." I froze completely. It wasn't a dream. I was awake enough to feel my heart pounding against my ribs. The voice was so close, I could feel the breath on my ear. I didn't move or breathe for what felt like forever. When I finally got the courage to roll over, there was nothing there. I told Gran the next morning, and she just nodded like she'd expected it. "That's just Larry," she said, stirring her coffee. "He doesn't mean any harm." But how could she know that? What did a ghost want with a 10-year-old kid? And what did I supposedly do? Things calmed down for a while after that. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, or maybe I was half asleep. Kids have nightmares, right? That's what I told myself. But when I turned 13, everything escalated. I'd be sitting at my desk doing homework, and my pencil would roll off the edge. not just roll. It would move like someone flicked it. This happened with other stuff too. Books, my phone, little toys. At first, I just picked them up and put them back, thinking maybe the desk was uneven or something. Then one day, I watched it happen. My science textbook was sitting flat in the middle of my desk. Nothing was touching it. Then it just slid, like someone pushed it with their hand. It flew off the edge and hit the floor with a thud. There was no way that was normal. The worst was the goldfish crackers. I had this plastic bowl full of them on my nightstand. I was playing a game on my phone when the entire bowl went flying across the room. Not falling, not tipping over. It was like someone picked it up and threw it. Crackers went everywhere. I ran out of my room and didn't go back until Gran came home. Then the knocking started. It would come from the ceiling, sometimes the walls. 3 knocks in a row, always in the same rhythm. I told myself it was the pipes or the house settling, but it didn't sound like that. It sounded deliberate, human. One night I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth. 2 distinct knocks came from directly above me. Without thinking, I knocked back once on the ceiling with my knuckle. Complete silence followed, and for a second I thought maybe it really was just the house making noise. Then a single knock answered back. I dropped my toothbrush and ran. I didn't even turn the water off. I just bolted to my room and pulled the covers over my head like a little kid. Gran found the bathroom flooded the next morning and yelled at me, but I couldn't tell her why I'd left in such a hurry. She already thought I was making stuff up for attention. By this point, I was sleeping with my light on. I'd convinced myself that whatever was in our house couldn't touch me if I could see it. Stupid, I know, but I was desperate for any sense of security. When I was 14, Gran decided we needed a change. Her arthritis was getting worse, and our old house had too many stairs. We moved across town to a brand new development, literally fresh construction. No one had ever lived there before. I was so relieved. Finally, we'd leave whatever that thing was behind. I was wrong. The first few weeks were peaceful. My new room was bigger, with actual space for a desk and a cool bunk bed, even though I didn't need 2 beds. I chose to sleep on the top bunk because it made me feel safer, further away from whatever might be on the floor. Then one night, about a month after we moved in, I was on a video call with some friends. We were just talking about normal stuff, school, games, whatever. My back was to my desk, and I heard a small scraping sound. When I turned around, my friends saw my face change. They kept asking what was wrong. A spoon I'd left on my desk was moving, not falling, not rolling. It was dragging across the surface like someone was pulling it with their finger, but there was no finger. I watched it move all the way to the edge and fall to the carpet. My friends thought I was playing a prank when I tried to explain what I'd just seen. That same night, the fairy lights I'd hung around my room started flickering. Not just 1 or 2 bulbs, all of them, in perfect unison, turning on and off like someone was playing with the switch. Except they weren't connected to a wall switch. They were battery-powered. I didn't sleep that night, or much the next week. I started leaving my laptop open with the camera recording while I was at school, hoping to catch something. The recordings never showed anything unusual, which somehow made it worse. Like whatever it was knew when it was being watched. Then came the night that still gives me nightmares. It was summer break, about 3 months after we moved in. The house was quiet. Gran had gone to bed early because of her medication. I stayed up late watching videos on my phone, eventually falling asleep with my earbuds in around 1 in the morning. I woke up unable to move. My eyes were open, but I couldn't lift my arms or legs. My chest felt heavy, like someone was sitting on it. Sleep paralysis, I thought. I'd read about it online when trying to figure out what was happening to me, but then I saw it. At the foot of my bed, by the ladder to my bunk, was a figure, completely black, like a shadow but more solid. It had a head that wasn't quite right, misshapen, too wide at the top. And its mouth. God, its mouth was huge, stretched open in this unnatural grin that took up half its face. The edges of the mouth were ragged, like it had been cut open with a knife. I tried to scream, but couldn't make a sound. The thing started climbing the ladder to my bunk, one hand at a time, never taking those empty black eye sockets off me. It moved jerkily, like stop-motion animation. When it reached the top, it just stared at me for what felt like hours, its face inches from mine. Then it was gone. Just gone. I could move again, and I immediately turned on every light in my room. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I convinced myself it was just sleep paralysis, just my brain creating hallucinations. That's what all the websites said anyway, but the next night proved me wrong. I was wide awake, sitting up in my bed with the lights on, when I saw another figure. This one was different, thin and white, almost glowing, standing across the room by my closet. It didn't move or make any sound. It just stood there, watching me. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, turned away and back again. It remained. I thought maybe it was light from outside creating weird shadows, but when I got the courage to get up and look out my window, there was nothing that could have cast that shape. When I turned back, it was gone. After that night, I started sleeping in Gran's room. I told her I was worried about her arthritis, that I wanted to be nearby if she needed help during the night. She didn't believe me, but she let me stay anyway. The weird thing is, after a few weeks of nothing happening, the experiences started to fade. The strange incidents became less frequent. By my 15th birthday, they'd stopped altogether. It's been almost 3 years now. I'm still living with Gran in the same house. Nothing unusual has happened since then, but I still get this prickly feeling sometimes, especially when I'm alone in my room. I never use the top bunk anymore. I actually took the mattress down and put it on the floor for a while before finally getting a regular bed. I've never told the full story to anyone until now. Part of me wonders if I should have told someone sooner, gotten some kind of help. But who would have believed me? Who would believe that something followed me from one house to another, that it watched me, tormented me for years? I still don't know what it wanted or why it chose me. Was it Uncle Larry, like Gran thought? It didn't feel human enough for that. The black figure with that horrible grin definitely wasn't anything that had ever been a person. Sometimes I wonder if it's still here, just waiting. Maybe it's watching me type this right now. Maybe it's waiting for me to let my guard down again. I don't know if I'll ever get answers, but writing this has helped somehow. At least now someone else knows what happened in that bunk bed, and maybe I'm not the only one who's experienced something like this. All I know for sure is that I'm never owning a bunk bed again, and whenever I hear knocking, I never, ever knock back. Story 3. I've always considered myself a pretty rational person. Working as an archaeologist means I deal with evidence and historical facts, not ghost stories or superstitions. I've spent countless hours in graveyards documenting headstones, never feeling anything but peaceful curiosity. That changed last month, and I still can't shake what happened to me. My friend Melissa has been obsessed with tracing her family tree for the past year. When she found out some distant relatives were buried in this old cemetery about 40 minutes outside the city, she asked if I'd go with her to take photos of the graves. Since there were reports the northern lights might be visible that night, we decided to make an evening of it. We'd try to catch the aurora first, then hit the cemetery afterward when it was dark enough for the spooky atmosphere she wanted for her photos. I laughed when she said that. Cemeteries were just outdoor museums to me, peaceful places where I often felt most comfortable. We left around 9 in the evening. It was early October, so the air had that crisp fall feel, but it wasn't freezing yet. We drove out to this field, where a local Facebook group said would be good for viewing the northern lights, away from the city's light pollution. We waited for about 2 hours, bundled up in our jackets with thermoses of hot chocolate. But the lights never showed. The sky was clear and beautiful, but no aurora. Well, we might as well go check out the cemetery while we're out here, Melissa said, showing me the location on her phone. It wasn't far, just another 15 minutes down these winding country roads. The cemetery looked exactly how you'd expect. Old wrought iron gates, mature trees with branches reaching out over the graves, and a small stone church at the far end that seemed to be more historical than functional now. I remember checking my phone as we walked in. It was 11:23 p.m. I only know that specific detail because I remember thinking how the numbers lined up and wondering if that meant anything. Stupid, I know. The moment I stepped through those gates, something felt off. I'm not someone who gets vibes or claims to sense energies. That's never been me. But I immediately felt uncomfortable, like when you're somewhere you're not supposed to be. My palms got sweaty despite the cool night air. "You okay?" Melissa asked, noticing I'd slowed down. "Yeah, just got a weird feeling for a second," I said, brushing it off. "Probably just tired." We wandered through the cemetery with our flashlights, Melissa stopping to photograph any headstone with her family name. I helped her look, but I kept finding myself glancing over my shoulder. The feeling of being watched was so intense that a couple of times I actually spun around, convinced someone was standing right behind me. Nothing was ever there. "I think someone's been putting fresh flowers on this grave," Melissa called from a few rows over. I walked over to her, grateful for a distraction from my growing unease. As we worked our way through the cemetery, the feeling intensified. The air felt heavier somehow, like right before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear. My heart rate kept increasing for no reason. I tried to focus on helping Melissa. This was her project after all, but I was becoming more distracted by the minute. "Do you feel anything weird?" I finally asked her around midnight. "Like what?" She was focused on her camera settings. "I don't know. Like someone's watching us?" She looked up and glanced around. "Not really, but cemeteries at night are supposed to be creepy, right?" That's the thing. Cemeteries had never been creepy to me before. I'd spent entire days in much older burial grounds for my research and never felt anything like this. But I didn't push it. I didn't want to freak her out or make her feel like we needed to leave before she got her photos. By 12:45, Melissa had found all the family graves she was looking for. "I think I'm good," she said, reviewing the photos on her camera. "You look really on edge. You ready to go?" I nodded emphatically, already turning toward the entrance. "Definitely." As we walked back toward the gates, the sensation of being followed intensified. I kept looking back, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness between the headstones. Nothing was there, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Melissa walked ahead of me, maybe 15 or 20 feet, scrolling through her photos as she went. I was about 30 yards from the gate when it happened. I heard footsteps, fast ones, coming up behind me on the gravel path. Before I could fully turn around, something slammed into my back, hitting me hard between my shoulder blades. The impact was so forceful that I was thrown forward, face first onto the ground. My flashlight flew from my hand, rolling away and illuminating a nearby tombstone. My palms and knees stung from breaking my fall on the gravel. For a split second, I thought someone had attacked me, a person who'd been hiding in the cemetery. But when I tried to get up, a weight pressed down on me, centered right between my shoulder blades, pinning me to the ground. "What the fuck?" I shouted, struggling to get up. "Melissa, someone's here!" Melissa turned around, her face illuminated by her phone's flashlight. Her expression changed from confusion to horror. "There's nobody there!" she yelled, rushing toward me. I couldn't understand what she meant. Something was physically pressing me down, with enough force that I couldn't push myself up. "What do you mean? Someone's on top of me!" I screamed, panic rising in my chest. Melissa reached me and grabbed my arm, trying to pull me up. "Emily, there's no one there, but your sweatshirt..." I managed to twist my head enough to see what she was looking at. The back of my sweatshirt was compressed, as if two hands were pressing down on my shoulders. But there was nothing visible doing it. The weight suddenly increased, forcing me back down, my cheek scraping against the gravel. I couldn't breathe. It felt like someone was sitting on my back, crushing the air out of my lungs. Melissa was screaming now, pulling at my arm with all her strength. "Get up! Get up!" With her help, I managed to wrench myself up to my knees. The invisible pressure fought against me, but the adrenaline gave me strength I didn't know I had. As soon as I got to my feet, the pressure vanished so suddenly that I stumbled forward. "Run!" I don't know which of us said it, but we both sprinted toward the gate. I swear I could hear footsteps behind us, matching our pace. Neither of us looked back. We reached Melissa's car, and our hands were shaking so badly that she dropped her keys twice before managing to unlock it. We threw ourselves inside, and she locked the doors immediately. I kept staring out the window at the cemetery gates as she started the car. There was nothing visible, but the feeling of being watched hadn't subsided. Melissa sped away, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. My back was burning where I'd been hit. "What the hell just happened?" she finally asked, her voice shaking. "I saw your sweatshirt. It was like someone was pressing down on you, but there was nobody there." "I don't know," I whispered. My throat felt tight, like I might start crying. Something hit me and then held me down. When we reached my apartment, Melissa insisted on coming inside. "Let me see your back," she said once we were safely inside, with the door locked. I took off my sweatshirt and lifted my shirt. Melissa gasped. "What? What is it?" I tried to see by twisting around in front of my bathroom mirror. Between my shoulder blades was a red, irritated area about the size of 2 handprints. Within the redness were small blisters like a chemical burn or a really bad sunburn, but my sweatshirt was completely intact. No tears, no strange substances, nothing that could explain the injury. "Maybe you fell on something in the cemetery," Melissa suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. I cleaned the area and applied some burn cream I had in my first aid kit, but the sensation of burning continued through the night. I barely slept, jumping at every sound in my apartment. The next morning, the mark was still there, though the blisters had started to heal. Melissa came by with coffee, and we tried to process what had happened. She showed me the photos she'd taken, hoping maybe something would show up that we hadn't seen at the time. There was nothing unusual in most of them, just gravestones and shadows. But in one photo, taken about 20 minutes before the incident, there was a smudge behind me. It could have been a camera glitch or a dust particle, but it looked almost like the outline of a person standing a few feet behind me when I wasn't aware anyone was there. The worst part of all this is what's happened since that night. I have PTSD from an assault that happened in college. I'd been doing well for years with therapy and medication, but this incident has brought everything back. The nightmares, the hypervigilance, the constant feeling that someone is behind me. But these nightmares are different. When I was a kid, I used to have recurring dreams about a shadowy figure that stood in my doorway at night, tall and thin, with unnaturally long limbs. I outgrew those dreams by the time I was 13, but now they're back. Except the figure isn't in my doorway anymore. In these dreams, it's standing behind me in that cemetery. I can't see it, but I know it's there. And it's whispering something I can't quite make out as time slows down around me. I've gone back to therapy and talked to my doctor about adjusting my anxiety medication, but I haven't told them the full story. How do you tell a medical professional that you think something supernatural attacked you? They'd think I was having a psychotic break. Melissa and I have researched the cemetery since then. It's old. Parts of it date back to the 1800s, but there's nothing particularly notorious about it. No major tragedies, no reports of hauntings or strange occurrences, just a quiet country cemetery where generations of local families are buried. I've always been skeptical about paranormal claims. As an archaeologist, I believe in evidence and rational explanations. But I felt something hit me. Something held me down. Something left marks on my skin that shouldn't have been possible through an intact sweatshirt. I don't know what happened to me that night. I don't know if it was something supernatural or if there's some rational explanation I'm missing. All I know is that I can't stop looking over my shoulder now. I can't shake the feeling that whatever was in that cemetery followed me home. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear faint footsteps approaching my bed from behind. I keep telling myself it's just the PTSD, just my brain playing tricks on me. But deep down, I'm not so sure, because even now, sitting at my desk writing this, I can feel someone standing right behind me, watching as I type. And when I turn around, there's never anyone there. Story 4. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal. Growing up in rural Nebraska, where the nights get so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face, ghost stories were just part of life. Most kids grew out of it, but our family turned it into a hobby. Some families go fishing or camping. Mine went ghost hunting. It started with my dad. He's always been drawn to the unexplainable. When I was around 12, he took me and my younger brother Kyle to our first cemetery investigation. Mom thought we were crazy, but she knew it made us happy. So she'd pack sandwiches and thermoses of hot chocolate and wave us off with her standard, "Don't bring anything home with you," warning. For years, these outings were just fun. We'd spend hours wandering around old cemeteries with our second-hand equipment. EMF meters Dad found on eBay, digital recorders, and a night vision camera that cost him 3 months of saving. We rarely caught anything substantial, maybe a strange light orb or an unexplained temperature drop. Nothing that would convince a skeptic, but enough to keep us going back. That changed last October. My buddy Eric was visiting from Pennsylvania. We'd met online through a paranormal forum and had been friends for years, but this was his first time visiting Nebraska. He'd grown up in suburban Pittsburgh and kept joking about how there was a whole lot of nothing where I lived. I wanted to show him that the emptiness held its own kind of mystery. "You have to come ghost hunting with us," I told him our second night. "It's nothing like those TV shows. When you're standing in a cemetery that's miles from civilization at 2 in the morning, it hits different." Eric seemed skeptical but willing. "Sure, man. Just don't expect me to wander off alone like those idiots in horror movies." Dad was thrilled to have a newcomer join us. He pulled out all the stops, charging every piece of equipment, making sure we had fresh batteries, and even buying a new digital voice recorder for Eric to use. My brother Kyle was less enthusiastic. At 17, he was going through a phase where everything family-related was lame, but he still came along. We chose Willow Creek Cemetery for Eric's first investigation. It was one of our favorites, established in the late 1800s, isolated on a dirt road about 20 miles from our house, and surrounded by nothing but cornfields and a small wooded area. The oldest graves were in the back corner, where local legend said a family had been buried after dying from Spanish flu. We arrived around 11 at night. Dad parked his old Ford truck near the entrance, and we unloaded our gear in silence. The cemetery looked especially eerie that night. A nearly full moon cast long shadows across the weathered headstones, and a light mist was forming at ground level. "This is genuinely creepy," Eric whispered, zipping his jacket up to his chin. October nights in Nebraska get cold, and the temperature had dropped into the low 40s. "How often do you guys actually find something?" "Depends on what you mean by something," Dad replied, handing Eric an EMF meter. "We get readings and weird sounds pretty regularly. Visible apparitions are rare, but they happen." We split into pairs. Dad went off on his own toward the oldest section, while Kyle, Eric and I started near the newer graves. I showed Eric how to use the equipment, explaining that sudden EMF spikes or cold spots could indicate a presence. For the first hour, everything was normal. We recorded a few EVP sessions, asking questions into the darkness and hoping to catch responses on our recorders that we couldn't hear with our ears. Eric was getting into it, though I could tell he was also jumpy. Every time the wind rustled the trees, he'd spin around looking for the source. Around midnight, we heard the first howls. "What the hell is that?" Eric froze, clutching the EMF meter. "Just coyotes," Kyle said dismissively. "They're all over out here." But Eric was city-raised and had probably never heard coyotes up close before. I could see his knuckles turning white around the equipment. "They won't come near us," I assured him. "They're probably a mile away. Sound carries out here." He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. We continued our sweep, moving gradually toward the older section where Dad was working alone. That's when we heard it, a sound that absolutely was not coyotes. It started low, almost below the range of hearing, then built into something I can only describe as a deep, primal cry. Not a howl, not a scream, but something between the two that seemed to resonate in my chest. It was close, maybe from the small wooded area just beyond the cemetery's back fence. "What the actual fuck was that?" Kyle had dropped his tough guy act. He was scanning the darkness, EMF meter forgotten in his hand. Eric looked like he might pass out. "Marcus, I think we should go." I tried to play it cool, but that sound had rattled me too. "Yeah, maybe we should head back to the truck. Dad can keep going if he wants." We started walking quickly toward the entrance, not quite running, but definitely not strolling. The sound came again, louder this time, and it seemed to be moving, circling the perimeter of the cemetery. "Is that normal?" Eric's voice had gone up an octave. "No," I admitted. "I've never heard anything like that." We reached the middle of the cemetery when we saw the flash, bright and quick, like someone had taken a photo with a powerful flash about 50 yards away, near where Dad had been investigating. "Dad?" Kyle called out. No answer. We stood frozen, unsure whether to run for the truck or go check on our father. Then we heard footsteps, fast, heavy footsteps, coming toward us from the direction of the flash. "Run!" I shouted, giving Eric a push toward the entrance. We had made it about 20 feet when we heard Dad's voice. "Boys, wait up!" We turned to see him sprinting toward us, camera in hand, looking both excited and terrified. "Did you see that?" he panted when he reached us. "Did you see the light?" "Yeah, what the hell was it?" Kyle demanded. Dad was scrolling through his digital camera, hands shaking. "I don't know, but I got a picture. I was over by the Anderson plot doing an EVP session when I felt like something was watching me. Then there was this flash like a camera going off. But it wasn't normal light. It was almost blue. I raised my camera on instinct and snapped a photo." He turned the camera's display toward us. What I saw still gives me chills. The image showed the gravestones in night vision green, but in the center was what looked like a wisp of smoke or mist, except it had shape. The longer I looked, the more it resembled a figure, and extending from it was what appeared to be an arm, reaching toward the camera, toward Dad. "Holy shit," Eric whispered. Then we heard that sound again, that deep inhuman cry, and it was definitely closer. "Let's get out of here," Dad said, suddenly all business. "We can analyze this at home." We didn't need to be told twice. We practically ran to the truck, throwing our equipment into the back without our usual care. As Dad started the engine, I looked back at the cemetery. The mist seemed thicker now, swirling between the headstones like it had purpose. "Did you hear that sound?" I asked Dad as we pulled away. He nodded grimly. "I've been doing this for 20 years and never heard anything like it." The drive home was tense. Eric was visibly shaken, and even Kyle had dropped his teenage indifference. Dad kept glancing in the rearview mirror, like he was checking if something was following us. When we got home, Mum was already asleep. We gathered around the kitchen table with the camera, examining the photo more carefully on our computer. In the clearer display, the figure was even more distinct. A humanoid shape with what looked like tattered edges, and that arm. It wasn't just reaching toward Dad. It was elongated, stretched beyond normal proportions. "I've got goosebumps," Eric said, rubbing his arms. Dad was quiet, more subdued than I'd expect after catching potential evidence. Usually he'd be buzzing with excitement, calling his paranormal buddies, posting on forums. Instead, he kept looking toward the windows, like he was expecting to see something peering in. "You guys should get some sleep," he finally said. "It's late." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing that sound in my head and seeing that reaching arm in the photo. I wondered if Dad had experienced something he wasn't telling us about. The next morning, Eric was eager to leave. He'd originally planned to stay another 2 days, but suddenly remembered a work thing he needed to get back for. I didn't push it. I understood. After he left, Dad seemed to return to normal, excited about the photo and already planning our next investigation. But I noticed Mom watching him with concern. A couple of weeks later, Dad went on a solo investigation. He works as a night dispatcher for a trucking company, and occasionally during his breaks, he'll visit small cemeteries near the industrial park where his office is located. That night, he went to a cemetery where there had been a recent burial. A woman in her 80s who had lived in our town her whole life. He set up his recorder near her grave and began his usual EVP session, asking respectful questions and leaving silence for possible responses. He told us later that he had mispronounced her last name, saying Briscoe instead of Driscoll, and apologized out loud when he realized his mistake. When he reviewed the recording the next day, there was a clear response after his mistake, a female voice muttering what sounded like, "It's Driscoll, you idiot." The voice was low, annoyed, and undeniably there, despite Dad being completely alone in that cemetery at 3 in the morning. He played it for us, and even Kyle was impressed. The voice was clear. No static analysis needed, no straining to hear, just a dead woman correcting Dad's pronunciation of her name. But it was what happened after that that truly terrified me. Dad went back to that same cemetery a few nights later. He didn't tell Mom, just slipped out after his shift ended at 4 in the morning. He says he just wanted to apologize properly to Mrs. Driscoll and maybe get another EVP. He came home around 6, just as the sun was coming up. I was up early for school and saw him walk in. Something was off. He was pale, his movements stiff, and he wouldn't make eye contact. "Dad, you okay?" I asked. He just nodded and headed straight for the shower. I heard the water running for nearly 45 minutes. At dinner that night, Mom asked him about the dark circles under his eyes. He brushed it off as work stress, but I knew better. Later, I cornered him in the garage, where he was obsessively organizing his tools, something he does when he's anxious. "What happened at the cemetery?" I asked. He stopped, a wrench gripped tight in his hand. "Nothing I want to talk about." "Dad, come on. We've always shared this stuff." He was quiet for so long I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, still not looking at me, he said, "I think something followed me home." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" "I was at Mrs. Driscoll's grave, apologizing for getting her name wrong, when I felt watched. Not by her, by something else. Something that had been waiting for someone like me to show up." He finally turned to face me, and the fear in his eyes scared me more than any ghost story ever had. I felt it all the way home, Marcus. In my car, in the driveway, in the house. I can still feel it. "What is it?" I whispered. "I don't know." His voice cracked. "But it's hungry." That night I heard Dad walking around the house at 3 in the morning, checking windows, muttering to himself. The next day I found salt lines at every doorway and windowsill. Mom saw them too, but didn't say anything. She just gave Dad these worried looks when she thought he wasn't watching. Over the next few days, things started happening in the house. Nothing dramatic, just small, unsettling things. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain rooms. Electronics would malfunction. We'd hear footsteps in the hallway when everyone was accounted for. Dad stopped going to cemeteries. He packed away all his ghost hunting equipment and refused to talk about any of it. Kyle thought he was overreacting, but I wasn't so sure. One night, about a week after Dad's last cemetery visit, I woke up at 3:15 a.m. exactly. My room was freezing, despite the heater running. I had the overwhelming sensation that someone was standing at the foot of my bed watching me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Classic sleep paralysis, I tried to tell myself, but this felt different. It felt real. Then I heard that sound again, that deep, primal cry we'd heard at Willow Creek Cemetery. It was inside the house. I broke free from the paralysis and ran to my parents' room, only to find Dad already awake, sitting on the edge of the bed with his head in his hands. "You heard it," he said, not a question. I nodded. "It's getting stronger," he whispered. "It's feeding off our fear." That was 6 months ago. We've learned to live with our unwanted guest, though none of us talk about it openly anymore. Dad consulted with a medium who told him the entity would eventually leave if we stopped acknowledging it. So far, that hasn't worked. Sometimes, late at night, I'll wake up to that same cold feeling and the sensation of being watched. Sometimes I hear whispers that sound like that woman, "Driscoll, you idiot," but twisted, mocking, and sometimes, in the corner of my eye, I'll catch a glimpse of something with a too long arm, reaching. Dad says we brought this on ourselves, that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Mom just says we should move, but Dad insists it would follow us, so we stay. And at night, when that sound echoes through our house, that sound that's not quite animal, not quite human, we pretend we don't hear it. We pretend we don't see the shadows that move independently of light sources. We pretend we don't notice when objects aren't where we left them. We pretend, and we wait, and we hope that whatever followed Dad home will eventually find something more interesting to haunt. But I don't think it will. I think it found exactly what it was looking for. And the worst part? Sometimes I feel like it's not just watching anymore. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I swear I can feel that long, cold arm reaching toward me, getting closer each time. Story 5. I'm finally ready to talk about what happened to me 4 years ago. I've read so many stories on here that resemble parts of my experience, and maybe getting this down will help clear my head once and for all. I still get chills thinking about it, and sometimes when I close my eyes, I can see it staring at me through the windshield. I guess I should start at the beginning. My boyfriend Mark and I had been dating for about 8 months at that point. We lived in this tiny town called Pinewood. Population maybe 5,000 on a good day. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business and where teenagers have to make their own fun because there's literally nothing to do. Mark wasn't originally from Pinewood like me. His family moved here when he was 15, so he always had this outsider perspective on our little town that I found refreshing. One night, while we were driving around aimlessly, typical Friday night entertainment, he took a turn I wasn't expecting, and suddenly we were passing the old hillside cemetery. "Did you know there's something weird about this place?" he asked, slowing down as we drove past the iron gates. I laughed it off. "What? Like it's haunted? Every small town has ghost stories about their cemetery." But Mark got serious in that way he does sometimes. "No, it's different. My cousin Jake and I came out here a few times last summer. He'd heard this rumor that if you visit multiple nights in a row, you see something not normal. I remember rolling my eyes, but he continued, "I'm not making this up, Soph. On our 4th night, we saw something, this tall, grayish, I don't know how to describe it, like a person, but not. After that, my car wouldn't start for like 10 minutes, which had never happened before." I'd known Mark long enough to know when he was bullshitting me and when he was being sincere. This was definitely the latter. His eyes had that intensity they get when he's dead serious about something. "So why haven't you mentioned this before?" I asked. Because I haven't been back since. It freaked me out too much. Maybe it was boredom or my natural curiosity, but I immediately wanted to see for myself. Take me there, I said. Mark shook his head. No way. That place gives me the creeps now. It took 3 days of persistent nagging, but I finally convinced him. He agreed under one condition. We wouldn't stay longer than an hour each night. I was totally fine with that. I didn't actually believe we'd see anything anyway. The first night was completely uneventful. We parked near the center of the cemetery, where there's this circular drive that loops around a small garden area with benches. It was peaceful, even beautiful, with the moonlight casting shadows through the oak trees. We sat on the hood of his car, talking quietly and occasionally kissing. It felt romantic, more than scary. The second night was much the same, though Mark seemed more on edge. He kept glancing around, especially toward the older section of the cemetery, where the gravestones dated back to the early 1800s. Every time a branch moved in the breeze, he'd tense up beside me. You really are scared, aren't you? I teased, but immediately regretted it when I saw his expression. I'm telling you, Sophia, what I saw wasn't natural, and being back here feels wrong. We left earlier than planned that night, and I could tell he was relieved when we drove away. Part of me wondered if we should just forget the whole thing, but another part of me was determined to see this through. If there was something to see, I wanted to see it. The third night started normally enough. It was mid-October, unseasonably warm, but with a slight chill as night fell. The moon was nearly full, which I remember thinking was perfect for our little ghost hunt. We arrived around 9:30 and parked in the same spot as before. Mark seemed resigned to being there, like he was just going through the motions to humor me. We sat on a stone bench instead of the car this time, and I remember noticing how quiet it was. Not just quiet, silent. No crickets, no distant traffic noise, no rustling leaves, even though there was a slight breeze. It's weird that there are no sounds, I commented, my voice sounding oddly loud in the stillness. Mark nodded, but didn't speak. He was scanning the cemetery, his body tense beside mine. We'd been there maybe 40 minutes when it happened. It wasn't dramatic at first, just this gradual awareness that something felt wrong. The air seemed to thicken around us, and I suddenly felt cold, like I'd stepped into a freezer. Mark must have felt it too, because he grabbed my hand. "We need to go," he whispered. "Now." I didn't argue. The peaceful feeling from earlier had completely evaporated, replaced by this overwhelming sense of dread. We walked quickly to his car, a blue Honda Civic that had never given him any trouble before. Mark fumbled with his keys, dropping them once before managing to unlock the door. We both got in, and he immediately tried to start the engine. The car made that clicking noise. You know when the starter's trying, but nothing happens? He tried again. Click, nothing. Come on, he muttered, turning the key again. Click, still nothing. "What's wrong with it?" I asked, my voice sounding higher than normal. "I don't know. Same thing that happened last time." His face was pale in the moonlight. He tried the key again, and this time the dashboard lights flickered on. The headlights came on too, illuminating the area in front of the car. That's when I saw it. Standing directly in front of the car was, something. Even now I struggle to describe it accurately. It was tall, easily 7 feet, maybe taller. Its body was humanoid, but wrong somehow. Too thin, too angular. The skin, if you could call it that, was a dull grey color that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. But it was the face that made my heart stop. It didn't have facial features so much as suggestions of features, shallow depressions where eyes should be, a slight protrusion that might have been a nose. Its head was bent forward, bringing that non-face closer to our level, like it was peering through the windshield directly at us. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even breathe. I just sat there, frozen, as this thing stared at us from less than 10 feet away. Oh, God, Mark whispered. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely grip the steering wheel. Then the entity moved. Not walked, not stepped. It was like reality glitched and suddenly it was 3 feet closer to the car. No transition, just suddenly there, its blank face now inches from the hood. Mark turned the key again, and this time, mercifully, the engine roared to life. He slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning against the gravel. The headlights swung wildly as we backed up. Then he shifted into drive and accelerated down the circular cemetery road. I expected the thing to chase us, but it didn't. As we sped away, I looked back through the rear window and saw it still standing in the same spot, its body slowly rotating to keep facing us as we drove. The cemetery only had one exit, which meant we had to complete the circle to get out. As we approached the spot where we'd first seen the entity, I tensed, expecting it to be gone. It wasn't. It was still there, standing motionless in the moonlight. And as we drove past, its head turned, not like a person turns their head, but in a fluid, impossible motion that reminded me of an owl. Those empty eye sockets locked onto me specifically. In that moment, something happened that I still can't fully explain. It felt like something reached inside me and hollowed me out. This overwhelming wave of despair crashed over me, not fear, but the most profound sadness I'd ever experienced. Like everything I'd ever loved had died, like all hope had been extinguished. I saw brief flashes of terrible things. My parents' funeral. They're still alive. Mark lying dead somewhere I didn't recognize. Myself alone in darkness. The feeling lasted only seconds but felt eternal. By the time we reached the cemetery gates, I was sobbing uncontrollably. Mark kept asking what was wrong, but I couldn't speak. I just kept seeing that thing's face and feeling the echo of that horrible emptiness. We drove straight to Mark's house since his parents were out of town. I was still shaking too badly to go home, and I didn't want to be alone. Neither of us spoke much about what we'd seen. It was like saying it out loud would make it more real, would somehow invite it into our lives more permanently. We eventually fell asleep on the couch with all the lights on, some mindless comedy playing on TV that neither of us watched. That's when the dream started. In the dream, I was back at the cemetery, but I was alone. It was daylight which somehow made it worse. Like the normal rules of things like that only appearing at night didn't apply. I was standing by the bench where Mark and I had sat, and I could feel something watching me from the tree line. Then I heard it. Not with my ears, but inside my head. A voice that didn't sound like a voice at all. "Come back," it said. "I'm lonely. I won't hurt you." In the dream, I believed it. I felt this strange sympathy, like I understood its isolation. I started walking toward the trees where I knew it was waiting. "The others don't understand," the voice continued, "but you do. You felt what I feel, always alone." I woke up with a start, my heart racing. The sun was just coming up and Mark was still asleep beside me on the couch. For a bizarre moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to get in his car and drive back to the cemetery. The feeling was so strong, it was like physical discomfort, an itch that needed to be scratched. Before I could act on this impulse, Mark's phone rang. It was his friend Derek. I could hear Derek's voice through the phone, sounding panicked. Mark sat up straighter, his expression changing from groggy to alarmed as he listened. After he hung up, he turned to me. "Derek and Chris both had nightmares about us last night, about that thing we saw." My blood ran cold. "What? How would they know about that?" "They didn't. I didn't tell them, but they both dreamed about a tall, grey figure at the cemetery. They said in their dreams, 'It killed me and—'" He hesitated. "And what?" I pressed. "And it did something to you, something worse. Derek couldn't even describe it, just said it was mutilating you somehow." I felt sick. The pull to return to the cemetery was still there, but now mingled with absolute terror. What was this thing that could somehow reach into other people's dreams? How had it connected to Derek and Chris, who weren't even there? We agreed not to go back to the cemetery, ever. But the dreams didn't stop for me. Night after night, for weeks afterward, I'd dream of the entity calling me back, promising it was misunderstood, that it just wanted connection. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find myself fully dressed, car keys in hand, with no memory of getting up. Mark started staying over more often, worried I might actually drive to the cemetery in my sleep. The dreams got less frequent over time, but the pull remained. It was like having a splinter in my mind, this constant nagging feeling that I'd left something unfinished. About 6 months after the incident, Mark and I broke up. It wasn't directly because of what happened, but that night changed things between us. There was this unspoken fear that always hung in the air, this shared trauma we didn't know how to process. For years afterward, I'd occasionally get that feeling again, that deep, inexplicable urge to return to the cemetery. The feeling would come out of nowhere, striking in the middle of a normal day. I'd be at work or watching TV, and suddenly I'd be fighting the impulse to drop everything and drive there. The pull has faded with time. It's been 4 years now, and I've since moved away from Pinewood. I live in a city 300 miles away, and most days I don't think about what happened. But sometimes, especially when I'm alone at night, I remember that face peering through the windshield. I remember the way it moved, that impossible glitching movement, and I wonder if it's still there, waiting for someone else to visit 3 nights in a row. The worst part isn't the memory of what I saw. It's the small part of me that still wants to go back, that still believes it when it says it's lonely, that still wonders what would have happened if I'd answered its call. So if you're ever in a small town cemetery at night and the air goes still and cold around you, get out. Don't look back. And whatever you do, don't go back a 3rd time. Some things once seen can't be unseen. And some connections, once made, are very hard to break. Story 6. I still can't believe I'm putting this out there. I've kept this to myself for over 3 years now. Sometimes I wonder if writing it down will help make sense of what happened, but honestly, I doubt anything ever will. For context, I worked as a night security guard at the Montgomery Family Cemetery from 2018 to early 2020. It's this private cemetery about 40 minutes outside of town, not one of those public graveyards where teenagers hang out or anything. The Montgomery family has owned that land for generations. They're old money, and their cemetery reflects it. Elaborate tombstones, perfectly maintained grounds, wrought iron fencing around the entire 5-acre property. It was an easy gig. The pay was decent, especially for night work, and my responsibilities were minimal. I just had to do a walkthrough every couple of hours, check that the gates were secure, and make sure no one was trespassing. The whole patrol route took less than 3 minutes. The rest of the time, I'd sit in this small guardhouse near the entrance, basically a shed with a desk, chair, space heater, and a tiny bathroom. I'd watch Netflix, read, or sometimes just nap between patrols. I wasn't bothered by working in a cemetery. Death has never particularly frightened me, and I'd never been superstitious. My friends would joke about ghosts haunting me, but I'd laugh it off. It was just a job. An easy one at that, or at least it was, until that night in August. It was a Thursday, August 9th. I remember because I'd just gotten back from my sister's birthday dinner before my shift. The night was warm, but not uncomfortable. There was this slight breeze that made the leaves rustle, that normal summer night sound that's actually kind of peaceful when you're alone. My shift started at 11 p.m. as usual. I did my first few rounds without issue. Around 3:30 a.m. I was feeling restless. The guardhouse felt stuffy, despite the small fan I had running, so I decided to do my 4 a.m. patrol a bit early. I grabbed my flashlight and radio and headed out. The cemetery was completely still. The moon was nearly full that night, casting enough light that I barely needed my flashlight. The gravestones created these long shadows across the perfectly trimmed grass. I followed my usual route, walking along the main path that circles through the cemetery. I'd done this walk hundreds of times by that point. I was about halfway through my patrol when I heard it. The sound of boots on the gravel path behind me, heavy footsteps, walking at a steady pace. My first thought was that someone had broken in, maybe a vandal or a thief thinking they could steal some of the bronze decorations from the older graves. I spun around, aiming my flashlight down the path. There was nobody there, but the footsteps continued. Crunch, 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 getting closer to me. I swung my flashlight back and forth, thinking maybe they were walking alongside the path in the grass. Nothing. The beam of light showed only empty space, yet those footsteps kept approaching. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Security, identify yourself." No response. Just those footsteps getting closer. I'd like to say I stood my ground or investigated further, but that would be a lie. Something about those disembodied footsteps filled me with a primal fear I'd never experienced before. I turned and ran. The footsteps sped up behind me. I could hear them breaking into a run, matching my pace, gaining on me. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The guardhouse was maybe 100 yards away, and I sprinted toward it like my life depended on it. And then it happened. About halfway to the guardhouse, I felt something. It was like running through a wall of cold air, but more than that, it was like running through something solid, yet intangible at the same time. For a split second, and I know how crazy this sounds, it felt like I was sharing space with something else, like two things trying to occupy the same point in the universe. The cold went straight to my bones, and I felt a pressure in my chest, like I couldn't breathe. And then it was gone. The footsteps stopped. The cold vanished. I stumbled the rest of the way to the guardhouse, slammed the door behind me, and stood there gasping for breath, my back pressed against the door. I spent the rest of my shift in that guardhouse, peering out the windows every few minutes, convinced I'd see something, or someone out there. But there was nothing. Just the gravestones, the neat paths, and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. When my shift ended at 7 a.m., I practically ran to my car. The drive home was a blur. I kept trying to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I'd imagined the footsteps. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe the cold spot was just a weird pocket of air. Temperature inversions are a thing, right? I spent the whole day convincing myself I'd overreacted. By the time I had to go back to work that night, I'd nearly talked myself into believing nothing had actually happened, just my imagination playing tricks on me after too many hours alone in a cemetery. Sleep deprivation can do strange things to your mind. I arrived for my shift, feeling almost embarrassed about how I'd panicked the night before. The cemetery looked the same as always in the evening light. Mr. Montgomery, Barry, as he insisted I call him, was just leaving after placing flowers on his wife's grave. He gave me a friendly nod as he drove past. Everything was normal. The first half of my shift went by without incident. I did my patrols, watched some shows on my tablet, even dozed off for about an hour around 1 a.m. By the time 3:30 rolled around again, I'd completely dismissed the previous night's experience. I set out for my patrol right on schedule this time, determined to prove to myself that everything was fine. The night was slightly cooler than the previous one, with more cloud cover obstructing the moon. I used my flashlight more, sweeping it ahead of me as I walked. I deliberately took the same route, walking at a measured pace. As I reached the spot where I'd heard the footsteps the night before, I even stopped and listened. Nothing but the normal night sounds. Distant traffic from the highway, the occasional hoot of an owl, insects chirping. I felt a rush of relief. See, nothing to worry about, just my imagination. I continued my patrol, feeling better with each step. I was almost back to the guardhouse when it happened. "You don't belong here." The voice was directly in my ear, an elderly woman's voice, barely above a whisper, but crystal clear. I felt the breath of the words on my skin. I froze. Every muscle in my body tensed. I couldn't have moved if I'd wanted to. "You don't belong here," she repeated, her voice somehow both frail and forceful at once. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The flashlight slipped from my hand and clattered onto the path. The sound broke whatever spell had paralyzed me. I bolted toward the guardhouse, not looking back, not stopping until I was inside with the door locked. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial my phone. I called my girlfriend, needing to hear another human voice, but she didn't answer. It was the middle of the night after all. I sat there hunched in the corner of the guardhouse, as far from the windows as possible until sunrise. When my shift ended, I didn't even bother to clean up the guardhouse like I usually did. I drove straight to Barry Montgomery's house, which was on the property about a quarter-mile from the cemetery. I knew he was an early riser. He answered the door in his robe, coffee mug in hand, looking surprised to see me. "Oliver, everything all right?" I couldn't even maintain the pretense of professionalism. "I'm sorry, Mr. Montgomery. I can't work at the cemetery anymore. I need to quit. Today is my last day." He frowned, concerned. "What happened? Is everything okay?" For a moment I considered telling him the truth. But what could I say? I heard footsteps with no one there. A ghost whispered in my ear. It sounded insane, even to me. "Family emergency," I lied. "I need to move back home to help out." He was understanding, even offered to give me severance pay. I felt guilty taking it, but I needed the money. We shook hands, and that was it. I never set foot on that property again. That was 3 years ago. I've worked other security jobs since then, including night shifts at office buildings, warehouses, even another cemetery across town. Nothing like that has ever happened again. I've never heard disembodied footsteps or voices, never felt that cold sensation of sharing space with whatever it was. Sometimes I think about researching the history of that cemetery, seeing if there's some story about an elderly woman who might be protective of the grounds. But honestly, I'm afraid of what I might find. Some questions are better left unanswered. I still drive past the Montgomery Cemetery occasionally. They have a new night guard now. I see his car parked by the guardhouse sometimes. I always wonder if he's experienced anything strange, if he's heard those footsteps or that voice. Part of me wants to stop and warn him, but what would I say? How could I explain it without sounding completely insane? The rational part of my brain still tries to come up with explanations. Maybe the footsteps were just echoes of my own, distorted by the acoustics of the open space. Maybe the voice was the wind through the trees, shaped into words by my tired mind. Maybe the cold spot was just a cold spot, but deep down, I know what I experienced. Those footsteps weren't mine. That voice wasn't the wind. And whatever I passed through that night wasn't just a pocket of cold air. I've never believed in ghosts or the supernatural. Even now, I hesitate to label what happened as a paranormal experience. But I know this. Something happened in that cemetery that I can't explain. Something that defies the rational world I thought I lived in. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I hardly believe it myself some days. But it happened. And even though I've moved on with my life, gotten a better job, even gotten engaged, I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, sweating, convinced I can hear those heavy footsteps approaching my bed, or that whispered voice in my ear. "You don't belong here." Whatever was in that cemetery, whatever I disturbed during my patrol, I hope it stays there. And I hope whoever's working there now is more welcome than I was. Story 7. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 2 years now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I mean, I enjoy horror movies and haunted houses like anyone else, but I've always considered myself pretty grounded. What happened to me in Salem completely shattered that perspective, and I still don't know what to make of it. For context, I've been fascinated with the Salem witch trials since I was maybe 12 or 13. I went through a phase where I read everything I could get my hands on about them, not in a morbid way, but I was genuinely interested in understanding how mass hysteria could lead to such terrible injustice. So when my parents asked where I wanted to go for our family vacation 2 Octobers ago, Salem was my immediate answer. My parents were amazing about it. Mum's not really into the spooky stuff, as she calls it, but she knew how much it meant to me. Dad was just happy to have an excuse to try New England seafood. I spent weeks planning our itinerary: the Salem Witch Museum, the House of Seven Gables, the Witch Dungeon Museum, all of it. But what I was really looking forward to was visiting Howard Street Cemetery. For those who don't know, Howard Street Cemetery is where Giles Corey was pressed to death during the witch trials. He refused to enter a plea, so they put him on the ground, placed a board on his chest, and piled heavy stones on it until he couldn't breathe anymore. It reportedly took him 2 days to die. The whole time, he just kept saying, "More weight." I always found his story particularly haunting. This old farmer who refused to confess to something he didn't do, even as they slowly crushed him to death. We arrived in Salem on October 28th. The town was exactly as I'd imagined. Colonial architecture mixed with tacky, witch-themed tourist shops. It was crowded with Halloween tourists, but I didn't mind. The energy was electric, and everyone seemed to be in good spirits. We spent the first day doing the major attractions, and I planned our visit to Howard Street Cemetery for the afternoon of the 29th. The cemetery wasn't what I expected. It's not large or particularly impressive compared to other historical burial grounds. It's nestled between houses and feels almost forgotten, which made it even more intriguing to me. There were only a few other visitors when we arrived around 4 in the afternoon. The sun was starting to get low, casting long shadows across the graves. I remember it was unusually warm for late October in New England. I was wearing jeans and a light sweater, and I'd tied my hair back because it was getting in my face while I was taking photos. I had my phone out, snapping pictures of the oldest gravestones I could find, trying to make out the worn inscriptions. My parents were wandering around nearby, my dad reading inscriptions out loud, and my mum politely pretending to be interested. After about 20 minutes, I noticed an older woman with silver hair standing near the far corner of the cemetery. She was wearing a long, dark coat and seemed to be just staring at one particular grave. I didn't think much of it at the time. People visit cemeteries for all sorts of personal reasons. As I was walking among the graves, I started noticing how neglected some of them were. Leaves and twigs covered many of the older stones, and some had clearly not been tended to in years. Without really thinking about it, I began clearing debris off the gravestones as I passed them. I wasn't trying to be dramatic or anything, it just felt disrespectful to leave them covered like that. These were real people, and something about the forgotten state of their resting places made me sad. I remember clearly kneeling down to brush leaves off one particularly old stone when my mom called out that we should start heading back soon. She'd never been comfortable in cemeteries to begin with, and I could tell she was getting antsy as the afternoon wore on. I called back that I just wanted a few more minutes, and she reluctantly agreed. I continued making my way through the cemetery, taking photos and clearing debris. I lost track of where my parents were, but I figured they were still nearby. The cemetery wasn't that big after all. I remember stopping at one grave that was so worn I could barely make out the name. I brushed away years of accumulated dirt and leaves, revealing what looked like Elizabeth something. The date was from the early 1700s. I stood up to take a photo of the freshly cleared grave when I felt it, a hand grabbing my right arm just above my elbow. The grip wasn't painful or aggressive. It was gentle but firm, like someone trying to get my attention or stop me from walking away. Instinctively, I assumed it was the older woman I'd noticed earlier, perhaps wanting to ask about a particular grave or monument. I turned around with a smile already forming on my face, ready to help whoever it was. But there was no one there. Not the silver-haired woman, not another tourist, not my parents. Nobody. Just the rows of weathered gravestones and the lengthening shadows of late afternoon. I froze. The feeling had been so distinct. 5 fingers wrapping around my arm, the slight pressure of a palm against my skin. It wasn't something I could have imagined. I looked down at my arm, half expecting to see marks or some evidence of what I'd felt. But there was nothing visible, yet I could still feel the sensation lingering, like the ghost of a touch. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe someone was playing a prank. No response. I scanned the cemetery, my heart starting to pound. The silver-haired woman was nowhere to be seen. In fact, aside from my parents, who were now standing near the entrance gate looking at their phones, I appeared to be completely alone in the cemetery. I hurried over to my mum, trying to keep my voice casual when I asked, "Did you see where that older woman went? The one with the silver hair?" My mom looked confused. "What woman?" "The one who was standing over there." I pointed to the corner where I'd seen her. She was wearing a dark coat. My mom shook her head. "Oh, her. She left at least 20 minutes ago, honey. It's been just us for a while now." That's when the goosebumps started. If the woman had left 20 minutes ago, then who or what had grabbed my arm just moments before? I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was a branch that had caught on my sleeve, or maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I knew neither explanation made sense. What I felt was undeniably a human hand. My dad noticed something was off and asked if I was okay. I considered telling them what happened, but changed my mind. My mum was already uncomfortable, and I didn't want to freak her out more, so I just said I was getting cold, a lie, it was still surprisingly warm, and suggested we leave. As we walked toward the exit, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I turned back one last time to look at the cemetery, and that's when the strangest sensation washed over me. It wasn't fear exactly, but a profound sadness. Like saying goodbye to a friend I wouldn't see again for a very long time. That night at the hotel, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying what happened in my mind, searching for some rational explanation. Could it have been another visitor who walked away quickly? But I'd turned around immediately, and there was nowhere they could have hidden that fast. Could it have been the wind? But it was a nearly windless day, and besides, wind doesn't feel like 5 distinct fingers. The next morning at breakfast, I finally told my parents about what happened. My dad tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone had been crouching behind a headstone and reached out as a prank. My mom got very quiet and just said she was glad we were leaving Salem the next day. She's never been comfortable with anything that hints at the paranormal. But here's the thing that still haunts me. The grab wasn't threatening. It didn't feel malicious or scary in the moment. It felt almost pleading, like someone gently trying to keep me from leaving. The more I thought about it, the more I wondered if whatever touched me was somehow connected to my clearing the graves. Maybe something there appreciated that small act of respect and simply didn't want me to go. I spent hours that night researching Howard Street Cemetery on my phone. I found stories from other visitors who claimed to feel unexplained touches or hear whispers when no one was around. Some specifically mentioned feeling a presence near the spot where Giles Corey was pressed to death, though no one knows exactly where that is now. We finished our Salem trip the next day, but I found myself distracted during our final visits to the museums and historical sites. Part of me wanted to go back to the cemetery, but another part was afraid of what might happen if I did. Would I feel that hand again? Would there be more this time? We left Salem on Halloween morning. As we drove out of town, I found myself looking back at the direction of Howard Street Cemetery, even though it wasn't visible from the highway. Something about the experience felt unfinished, like a conversation cut short. When I got home, I developed an obsession with researching the cemetery and the witch trials. I pored over historical accounts, looking for any mention of an Elizabeth who might have been connected to the trials. I found several possibilities, but nothing definitive. I also looked up the sensation of being touched by unseen hands and found countless stories from people claiming similar experiences in historical locations. It's been almost 2 years now, and I still think about that moment almost daily. I've told a few close friends, but most just give me that look, like they think I'm exaggerating or made it up entirely. One suggested I must have brushed against something and my imagination filled in the rest. Another said I was probably just tired from all the walking around. But I know what I felt. It was a hand, a human hand. And even now, typing this out from my bedroom, hundreds of miles away from Salem, I can still feel exactly where those fingers pressed against my arm. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else I can't explain. I don't know if it was Giles Corey or Elizabeth or someone else entirely. All I know is that something in that cemetery reached out to me, and I still don't understand why. Was it thanking me, warning me, asking for help? I'm planning to go back to Salem next October, alone this time. I need to return to Howard Street Cemetery and see if it happens again. Maybe this time I'll stay longer if I feel that gentle grip on my arm. Maybe this time I'll speak to whatever or whoever is trying to make contact. The rational part of my brain knows this sounds crazy, but another part of me knows with absolute certainty that what happened that day was real. Something connected with me in that cemetery, and I can't just pretend it didn't happen. I've never been a believer in ghosts or the supernatural, but how do you explain something like this? Sometimes at night, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel that same gentle pressure on my arm. It never scares me, though. Instead, it leaves me with that same feeling I had in the cemetery, a strange mixture of curiosity and melancholy, like someone trying to tell me something important, but not having the words. Whatever happened to me in Howard Street Cemetery that October afternoon, I know it wasn't my imagination. And as skeptical as I've always been about ghost stories, I now understand why people who've had these experiences hold on to them so tightly. Once you've felt something like that, something that defies every rational explanation, you can never look at the world the same way again. Story 8. For context, Greylock isn't exactly on any maps. It's one of those forgotten towns 3 hours from anywhere important. Population maybe 800 on a good day. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone, except they don't really know you at all. I moved here last year after my divorce because the rent was dirt cheap and I needed to start over. The prison, though they prefer private correctional facility, was the only place hiring that paid above minimum wage. The facility itself sits about 5 miles outside town, surrounded by nothing but dense pine forest. It's an old building, originally built in the 1940s as some kind of psychiatric hospital before being converted in the 80s. The locals don't talk about it much. When I first applied, the woman at the diner just said, "Strange things happen out there," then changed the subject. I should have listened. My shift was 11 at night to 7 in the morning, 4 days a week. The job itself wasn't complicated. Monitor cameras, do hourly patrols, log any incidents, and call for backup if needed. There were usually 3 of us on the night shift. Me, the duty officer who stayed in the control room, and another guard who patrolled the opposite sections. The inmates were locked down at 10, so nights were usually quiet. The building has 4 floors plus a basement. The main floors house about 200 inmates, mostly non-violent offenders serving short sentences. Nothing too dramatic. But the basement, that's where things got weird. From my first week, I noticed none of the other guards liked going down there. It wasn't part of the regular patrol route, and when I asked about it, my supervisor just said it was used for storage and old records. No need to check it, unless specifically requested, he told me. I didn't push it. The basement was accessible through a heavy red door at the end of a service corridor on the first floor. Unlike every other door in the facility, which used the standard electronic key cards, this one required an actual metal key, old and brass, with an unusual pattern. Only supervisors and a few senior guards had copies. I'd been working there for about 5 months, without incident. The job was boring, but easy. I'd do my rounds, drink too much coffee, watch the security feeds, and count the hours until dawn. The worst thing that happened was finding contraband cigarettes or breaking up the occasional argument. Then last Friday happened. I arrived for my shift at 10:45 p.m. as usual. It was pouring rain, one of those heavy spring storms that makes everything smell like wet earth and ozone. The parking lot was practically flooded, and I had to splash through ankle-deep puddles just to get to the entrance. The shift handover was normal. Day Supervisor Mark told me it had been quiet, nothing to report, but then he handed me the basement key, that old brass one I'd never used before. "I need you to check the basement tonight," he said casually, like he was asking me to grab him a coffee. "We had a small pipe leak down there yesterday. Maintenance fixed it, but boss wants someone to make sure it's not leaking again." I must have looked confused because he added, "Just a quick patrol one time tonight. Check the west wall where the pipes run. Make sure the floor's dry. That's it." I took the key, suddenly feeling a strange weight in my stomach. "Is there anything else I should know about the basement?" I asked. Mark paused for a second too long. "Nah, just the usual. Lights are motion activated, but they're dim. Take your flashlight. Some of the rooms are locked. Don't worry about those. Just check the main area and the west wall." I pocketed the key and nodded. He clocked out, and I settled in for what I thought would be another routine shift. Everything was normal for the first few hours. I did my regular patrols, checked in with the control room, filled out my logs. Around 2 in the morning, I decided to do the basement check and get it over with. The red door at the end of the service corridor looked different at night, somehow darker than its surroundings, despite being a brighter color. The paint was chipped around the edges, revealing layers underneath. Black, then gray, then what looked like dark green. The brass handle was worn smooth from years of use, though I couldn't figure out why if nobody ever went down there. The key slid into the lock with a satisfying smoothness that old locks rarely have. It turned with barely a click, and the door swung open with surprising ease, revealing a narrow staircase leading down. The air that wafted up was noticeably cooler and had a strange smell, not damp or moldy like you'd expect from a basement, but something sharper, almost antiseptic. I hit the light switch and a few fluorescent tubes flickered to life, though half of them didn't work. The stairwell was concrete, about 15 steps down to another landing. My footsteps echoed strangely as I descended, like the space below was much larger than it should have been. At the bottom of the stairs was another door, this one metal with no window, painted institutional green decades ago. It wasn't locked. I pushed it open and stepped into the basement proper. The motion sensors triggered lights as I entered, but they were old and weak, creating more shadows than illumination. The basement was essentially one large room with support columns every 20 feet or so and several smaller rooms along the perimeter. The ceiling was low, maybe 7 feet, with exposed pipes and electrical conduits running across it. The floor was bare concrete, stained in places with what I hoped was just water and rust. The space felt wrong somehow, like the dimensions weren't quite right. I've been in plenty of basements before. My dad was a maintenance worker, but this one seemed to stretch further than the building above it could possibly accommodate. And the shadows, they didn't behave normally. When I moved my flashlight, they seemed to shift a half-second too late, almost like they were moving independently. I started my patrol, heading toward the west wall to check the pipes as instructed. My footsteps created a sharp echo that bounced around the space in a way that made it hard to tell which direction the sound was coming from. The beam of my flashlight caught what looked like filing cabinets in one corner, old metal desks pushed against walls, and stacks of moldering cardboard boxes. Nothing unusual for basement storage, except some of the boxes had strange markings on them I couldn't make out from a distance. I was about halfway across the room when I first noticed it. At first, I thought it was just my own echo, but something about it made me stop and listen. There it was again, a footstep that sounded exactly like mine, but it came just after I'd stopped moving. I held my breath and stood perfectly still. Silence. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded muffled, like the air itself was absorbing the sound. No response. I told myself it was nothing. Old buildings make noises, pipes expand and contract, concrete settles. I continued toward the west wall, walking a little faster now. That's when I heard it clearly. Footsteps behind me matching my pace exactly. When I walked faster, they walked faster. When I slowed down, they slowed down, but always just slightly out of sync, like an echo that had a mind of its own. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing, just shadows between the columns and the dim glow of the motion-activated lights that were now starting to turn off in the areas I'd left. My heart rate picked up. I turned back toward my destination, now moving with purpose. Just check the pipes, confirm they're dry, and get out. That was the plan. The footsteps continued. Same pace, same weight, same sound as my boots on concrete, but definitely behind me. Always behind me, no matter which way I turned. I reached the west wall and quickly checked the pipes running along it. They were dry, no sign of leaks. Job done. Time to go. I turned to head back toward the exit and froze. The lights in the center of the room had turned off, leaving a pool of darkness between me and the door. The only illumination came from the area immediately around me and the distant glow near the exit. And in that moment of hesitation, the footsteps behind me stopped too. Not gradually like a person would stop, but instantly, as if they'd never been there at all. The silence was somehow worse. I took a deep breath and started walking toward the exit. Flashlight pointed ahead. The motion sensors reactivated the lights as I moved forward, pushing back the darkness a section at a time. 3 steps in, the footsteps returned, matching mine perfectly, only now they sounded closer. I increased my pace. So did the footsteps. I reached the middle of the room, and a cold sensation washed over me, like walking through an invisible waterfall of ice water. The hairs on my arms and neck stood up, and I had the overwhelming certainty that something was right behind me, close enough to touch. Fighting every instinct, I whipped around again, sweeping my flashlight in an arc. Nothing was there, but the shadows between 2 nearby columns seemed deeper than they should have been. Almost solid. And did they just move? I didn't wait to find out. I turned and ran toward the exit. The footsteps behind me ran too, no longer trying to be subtle. Heavy impacts on concrete, gaining on me with each stride. I reached the green door and yanked it open, slamming it shut behind me without looking back. I took the stairs 2 at a time, the sound of pursuit now muffled by the door but still audible, a frantic drumming that matched the blood pounding in my ears. At the top of the stairs, I fumbled with the brass key, trying to get it into the lock of the red door. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped it. As I bent to pick it up, I heard something rushing up the stairs behind me. In sheer panic, I abandoned the key and kicked the red door as hard as I could. It swung open. It just opened. The door that was supposed to be locked, the door that needed that specific brass key, just swung open like it had never been locked at all. I burst through into the service corridor and slammed the door shut. There was no lock on this side. Of course there wasn't. It was a prison, doors locked from the outside, so I wedged my baton through the handle to jam it and backed away, breathing hard. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then there was a single heavy impact from the other side, not like someone trying to get out, but like something throwing its entire weight against the door just once to let me know it was there. The baton cracked but held. The door didn't open. I backed away slowly, then turned and walked as calmly as I could to the control room. I didn't run. I don't know why, but somehow running seemed like it would make whatever was behind that door follow me beyond it. When I reached the control room, Brian, the duty officer, took one look at my face and stood up. "You okay, Marcus? You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't tell him what happened. What would I say? That I was chased by footsteps? That shadows moved wrong? I'd sound insane. "Thought I heard something in the basement," I managed to say. "Probably just rats." Brian's expression changed slightly. "You were in the basement?" "Yeah, Mark asked me to check a pipe leak." Brian looked down at his console for a moment, then back at me. "Right. Why don't you take a break? Go have a smoke or something." I nodded and headed outside to the covered staff area where we could smoke during breaks. The storm was still raging, rain drumming on the metal overhang. I lit a cigarette with trembling hands and tried to process what had just happened. I must have smoked 3 cigarettes back to back, standing there in the cold night air, listening to the rain. I kept turning it over in my mind, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe another guard was down there? But why wouldn't they answer when I called out? Maybe it was some kind of acoustic effect? But that wouldn't explain how the red door opened when I kicked it, and it definitely didn't explain the feeling, that absolute certainty that something was right behind me, watching, following, matching my every move. I finished my shift somehow, went through the motions like a robot. When 7 a.m. came, I handed the brass key back to the morning supervisor without comment. He took it, looked at me for a beat too long, then nodded like he understood something I didn't. I drove home in the grey morning light, rain still falling softly. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. On the 3rd day, I drove back to the facility, handed in my resignation, and cleaned out my locker. The supervisor didn't seem surprised. He just asked, "Basement?" I nodded. He sighed and signed my papers. "You're the 3rd one this year." I wanted to ask what he meant by that, what he knew about the basement, but something stopped me. Some things you're better off not knowing. It's been a week now. I'm leaving Greylock tomorrow, heading to my sister's place a few states over until I figure out what's next. I still hear those footsteps sometimes, especially when I'm trying to sleep. That perfect mirror of my own walk, always just behind me. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I get that same feeling, that if I turned around quickly enough, I'd catch whatever was following me in the basement. But I never turn around. Some instinct tells me that seeing it would be worse than just wondering. I don't know what was in that basement. I don't want to know. But whatever it was, I'm certain of one thing. It recognized me somehow. And I can't shake the feeling that someday, somewhere, I'm going to hear those footsteps again. Story 9. I still get chills thinking about what happened at that factory back in '93. I haven't told many people about this, but I need to get it off my chest. I was 18, fresh out of high school, and thought I knew everything. Looking back, I was just a clueless kid who almost stumbled into something that could have gotten me killed. This all went down in Milridge County, Georgia. Small place. The kind where everyone knows everyone's business. I had landed a night shift job at the Southern Comfort Apparel Factory. Yeah, we made bras. Not the most glamorous gig, but it paid $9 an hour when minimum wage was barely over $4, so I was raking it in compared to my buddies flipping burgers. The factory sat about 3 miles outside town, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and cornfields. During the day shift, maybe 40 people worked there, but at night, Just 15 of us rattling around in that massive building. Me, I worked in shipping, basically loading boxes onto pallets and occasionally helping unload supply trucks when they came in. Now I got to tell you about my car because this is important later. I'd just bought a used Porsche 944, bright red, 1986 model. Man, I loved that car. It was my first major purchase, my statement to the world that Jake Reynolds was going places. I got a loan from First Georgia Bank with my uncle as a co-signer. The payments were killing me, basically my entire paycheck, but I didn't care. Rolling up to the Dairy Queen in that thing made it all worth it. The night everything happened was a Thursday in late August. Hot as hell, even at midnight when our shift started. I remember because the AC in the factory was on the fritz and we were all drenched in sweat. My supervisor, Bill Tanner, kept saying they were gonna fix it any day now, but we all knew that was bullshit. Our crew that night was the usual suspects. There was Darlene, who'd been there 20 years and ran the cutting machines. Mike and Travis worked the loading dock with me. Jeannie and Shirley operated the sewing lines. Then there were a few others scattered around, maintenance guys, a floor manager, and some quality control people. Nothing unusual about any of them. Looking back, there were signs something was off. Like how once or twice a month, trucks would show up that weren't on the manifest. Bill would handle those personally, or how sometimes suits would come through, guys who clearly weren't from around there, and they'd go straight to the manager's office. But when you're 18, you don't question that kind of stuff. You just assume that's how businesses work. Anyway, that Thursday night shift was dragging. Around 3 in the morning, we had a delivery come in. Just fabric and thread, normal stuff. Travis and I unloaded it, but I noticed Bill hovering around more than usual, checking his watch, looking nervous. At the time, I just figured he was stressed about the broken AC. The rest of the shift was uneventful. We clocked out at 8 in the morning, and everyone shuffled to their cars, exhausted and ready for sleep. The parking lot was in the back of the building, gravel with no real marked spaces. Everyone just parked wherever. I was heading to my Porsche when I noticed something. One of the company trucks, an old white Ford with the factory logo on the side, had its interior light on. The driver's door wasn't completely closed. I remember stopping and staring at it for a second. Something about it just felt wrong. Like when the hair on your neck stands up for no reason. For a split second, I thought about going over to check it out. Maybe close the door so the battery wouldn't die. But then I got this feeling, this gut-level alarm bell that said, "Don't go near that truck." So I didn't. I got in my car and drove home. I crashed hard when I got back to my parents' house, where I was still living to save money. Well, save money is generous, more like blow all my money on car payments. I slept until about 4 that afternoon, then got up to grab something to eat. My mum was in the kitchen looking concerned. She asked if I'd seen the news. I hadn't. Apparently, there were police all over the factory. The whole place was cordoned off with yellow tape. No details yet, just that there was an incident, and the factory would be closed for the next few days. I tried calling Travis, but no answer. Same with Mike. I finally reached Darlene, who said she didn't know anything either, just that we were all getting paid leave until further notice, not that I was complaining about unexpected paid time off. The next morning, it was all over the local news. The police had found a duffel bag with $750,000 in cash in that company truck, the one with the interior light on. Inside the factory, hidden in a false wall in one of the storage rooms, they'd found 50 kilos of cocaine. 50 kilos in our little bra factory. I nearly fell out of my chair. That truck, the one I'd almost checked, had $750,000 just sitting in it. And if I had gone over there, who knows what might have happened? Would someone have been watching? Would they have thought I was trying to steal the money? The police interviewed all of us over the next couple days, just routine stuff. Did we notice anything unusual? Did we know anything about it? I told them about seeing the light on, but not approaching the truck. The detective nodded like it was no big deal, but I could tell he thought I'd made a smart move. 3 days after the bust, something even weirder happened. Another delivery truck showed up at the factory. This was while the place was still closed and under investigation. The cops checked it out and found another false compartment in the trailer wall, empty this time, but clearly designed to transport drugs. The police set up a stakeout, figuring whoever was behind the operation might show up to collect their goods, but nobody ever came. It was like they knew they'd been compromised. That weekend, I got a call from Travis and Mike. They were heading to Panama City Beach in Florida, said they needed a break from all the crazy shit going down. They invited me along, said they were planning to stay at least a few weeks, maybe look for jobs down there. I don't know what got into me, but I decided to go. I called Bill and quit my job over the phone. He didn't even sound surprised, just said, "Probably for the best, kid," and hung up. Monday morning, I was in my Porsche heading south on I-75 with Travis and Mike following in Travis's Camaro. We didn't talk much about what had happened. It was like we all silently agreed to put it behind us. We spent about a month in Florida, living in a cheap motel and picking up odd jobs. I blew through my savings, keeping up with my car payments. When we finally came back to Millridge, things had quieted down. The factory reopened, but with new management. A bunch of people had been fired, including Bill. No arrests had been made, at least none that were made public. I took a job at my uncle's hardware store and tried to put the whole thing out of my mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly dodged something terrible. It was about 2 years later when the pieces finally clicked into place for me. I was at a gas station filling up my Porsche when this guy pulled up in a Lincoln. Nice car, expensive suit. He gave my Porsche a long look, then stared at me with these cold eyes that made my blood freeze. "Nice car for a factory worker," he said. I mumbled something about getting a good deal and finished pumping my gas as fast as I could. As I was paying, I saw him writing something down. My license plate, I think. I drove straight home, packed a bag, and went to stay with a cousin in Atlanta for a week. Nothing ever came of it, but that moment, it scared me more than anything. That's when I realized how it must have looked. An 18-year-old kid working at a factory suddenly driving a bright red Porsche. Then, right after a huge drug bust, that same kid quits and skips town. To anyone involved in that operation, I must have looked like either a thief who stole their cash or an informant who tipped off the cops. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. The timing of my car purchase was purely coincidental. I'd been saving for months and finally got the loan approved just weeks before the bust. But to them, it probably looked like I'd helped myself to some of their cash. I sold the Porsche a month later. Took a huge loss, but I didn't care. I just wanted it gone. I wanted nothing that would connect me to that night or make me stand out. I'm 30 now, living in Charlotte, working in software sales. I've never talked about this with anyone except my wife. But sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, thinking about what might have happened if I'd checked that truck, or if I'd been seen by the wrong person that night. How easy it would have been to disappear in those woods around the factory. How no one would have connected the dots until it was too late. The craziest part, as far as I know, they never caught anyone. The case went cold. Sometimes I wonder if those people are still out there, still wondering about the kid in the red Porsche who disappeared right after their operation went south. When I visited my parents last Christmas, I drove by the old factory. It's abandoned now, windows broken, kudzu creeping up the walls. But I couldn't make myself stop. I just kept driving, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. I think about how close I came that night. One different decision, checking that truck door, being seen by the wrong person, and I might not be here. In Millridge County, people go missing in those woods, and sometimes they never come back. Story 10. I've always considered myself a rational person, not the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. But what happened during my night shift at Oakwood Manor 3 weeks ago has completely turned my world upside down. I still can't explain it, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. I've worked at Oakwood Manor Care Home for about 8 months now. It's located in Whispering Pines, this tiny village where literally nothing ever happens. Most of the time I work in the main building, which is relatively modern and houses about 20 elderly residents. But that night, I was assigned to the smaller building across the grounds. Let me tell you about this building. It's old, really old, like built in the 1800s old. Before it became part of the care home in the 1970s, it was an orphanage. Not just any orphanage, though. It specifically housed children with physical deformities or chronic illnesses, children other orphanages wouldn't take. The kind of place that existed before modern medicine and social services, where kids were basically hidden away from society. The management tries to make it seem cozy now, with fresh paint and modern furniture, but you can't hide the creaking floorboards or the way the wind seems to whistle through the walls, even when all the windows are shut. And then there are the photographs. For some reason I'll never understand, the previous administrator thought it would be a good idea to keep some of the old black and white photographs from the orphanage days hanging in the hallways. Children with visible deformities, standing stiffly in Victorian clothing, their eyes somehow both vacant and piercing at the same time. I've complained about them multiple times. They're not exactly comforting for the residents or staff, but apparently they're part of the building's history and of historical significance. Whatever. All I know is that I hate working in that building, especially on night shifts when there are only 3 residents there. That night it was just me, Mrs. Jenkins and Mrs. Powell in rooms 4 and 6, and Mr. Harrison in room 1. My shift started at 11 p.m., and everything was normal for the first couple of hours. I did my rounds, checked on everyone, updated the charts, and then settled in at the small nurses' station at the end of the main hallway. Around 1:15 in the morning, Mrs. Jenkins's call button went off. She needed help getting to the bathroom. Pretty routine stuff. After helping Mrs. Jenkins back to bed, I stepped into the hallway, and that's when I saw her. A woman in a white nightgown standing at the far end of the corridor, near room 8, which has been empty for weeks. At first, I thought maybe Mrs. Powell had gotten up, but even from a distance, I could tell this woman was different, taller, with long dark hair. The strangest thing wasn't just that there was an unknown woman in the building, it was that only half of her was there. I don't mean she was hiding behind the wall. I mean the right side of her body just faded away, like she was partially disappearing into the wall itself. I froze completely, unable to move or speak. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then she took a step backward, or at least half of her did, and vanished completely into the wall. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I ran to the spot where she'd been standing, but there was nothing there. Just the wall, solid as ever. I checked room 8, which was empty and locked as it should be. I checked the other empty rooms too. Nothing. I needed air desperately. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my cigarettes out of my pocket as I rushed outside to the small patio area. The cold night air hit my face and I tried to calm down, telling myself I'd been working too many nights, that my eyes were playing tricks on me. Just exhaustion, I whispered to myself, lighting my cigarette with trembling fingers. Just a weird shadow or reflection. I stayed outside for maybe 10 minutes, chain-smoking 2 cigarettes and trying to convince myself I hadn't seen what I'd seen. Eventually, I managed to steady my breathing and headed back inside. I had to. I couldn't just abandon my residence. As I closed the back door behind me and stepped into the short corridor that leads to the main hallway, I heard it clear as day. "Hello!" A deep, resonant male voice, coming from somewhere in the building. It wasn't a greeting. It was more like someone testing if their voice works. Just that one word, spoken flatly. I called out, "Hello? Who's there?" My voice echoed slightly in the empty hallway. Nothing. I rushed to Mr. Harrison's room. He was the only male resident in the building, but when I peeked in, he was fast asleep, snoring softly. Besides, Mr. Harrison is in his 90s and has a thin, reedy voice due to a stroke he had years ago. This voice was younger, stronger, and completely unfamiliar. I checked on Mrs. Jenkins and Mrs. Powell next. Both sound asleep. Mrs. Powell was taking her medication, which always knocks her out completely, and Mrs. Jenkins had just settled back after her bathroom visit. That's when the real panic set in. I was alone in the building with 3 sleeping elderly residents, and I had clearly heard a man's voice. I grabbed my phone and almost called my supervisor, but then stopped. What would I say? That I saw half a woman disappear into a wall and heard a disembodied voice. They'd think I was having some kind of breakdown. Instead, I decided to search the entire building, room by room. I started with the ground floor, checking every single room, closet, and corner. Nothing. The medication room was locked as it should be. The small kitchen was empty. The communal lounge was dark and still. As I climbed the stairs to check the upper floor, which only has administrative offices and storage rooms, I kept feeling like someone was watching me from behind. Every few steps I'd whirl around, but there was never anyone there. The upstairs was as empty as the ground floor. All offices locked, storage rooms undisturbed. I even checked the small attic access, but it was sealed shut with no signs of being opened recently. By the time I finished my search, it was almost 2:30 in the morning. I returned to the nurse's station, my body rigid with tension. Every creak of the old building made me jump. I tried to distract myself by doing paperwork, but I couldn't focus. My eyes kept darting to the hallway, expecting to see the half-woman again. Around 3 a.m., the temperature in the building dropped suddenly. I'm not talking about a slight chill. It went from comfortably warm to freezing in minutes. I could see my breath forming little clouds. I checked the thermostat. It read 72 degrees, which was obviously wrong given how cold it was. I grabbed my cardigan and wrapped it tightly around myself, trying to stop shivering. That's when I noticed the photographs on the wall across from my desk. Those creepy old orphanage photos I mentioned earlier. One of them showed a group of children with their caretakers. Stern-looking women in long dresses, and one man in a dark suit standing at the back. I'd seen this photo 100 times before, but something was different. The man at the back, his face was blurred now, like someone had taken their thumb and smudged it across the photograph while it was still wet. I stood up slowly and approached the photo, feeling a sense of dread washing over me. As I got closer, I swear the blurred face seemed to shift and change, almost like it was trying to come into focus. The lights flickered once, twice, and then steadied again. I backed away from the photo, bumping into the desk behind me. That's when I heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps coming down the main hallway toward the nurse's station, but there was no one there. I could hear the footsteps clearly, the distinctive sound of hard-soled shoes on the old wooden floors, but the hallway remained empty. The footsteps stopped right in front of my desk, at a spot where I could see nothing but empty air. The cold intensified, concentrated right in that spot, like someone had opened a freezer door. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. Silence. Then the lights flickered again, and in that split second of darkness, I felt something brush against my hand resting on the desk, something cold and dry, like papery skin. I yanked my hand back and stumbled out of my chair, knocking it over. The crash seemed to break whatever spell had fallen over the place, because suddenly the temperature began to normalize, and the oppressive feeling of being watched diminished slightly. Still, I couldn't bring myself to sit at that desk again. Instead, I spent the rest of my shift walking continuous rounds, checking on the residents every 15 minutes, keeping myself moving. I avoided looking at the photographs. I avoided standing still anywhere for too long. At around 4:30 a.m., I was making yet another round when I passed room 8, the empty room where I'd seen the woman disappear. The door was closed as it had been all night, but as I walked by, I heard something from inside, a soft humming, like a woman singing a lullaby under her breath. I stood frozen outside the door listening. The humming continued, soft and eerie. My hand hovered over the doorknob. Part of me wanted to open it, to confront whatever was in there. But a stronger part of me, the part that wanted to survive the night, kept me from turning that knob. Instead, I backed away slowly and returned to checking on the actual residents. They were all still sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of what was happening. At around 5:15 a.m., another strange thing happened. The landline phone at the nurse's station rang once, then stopped before I could answer it. When I checked, there was no record of an incoming call in the system. 10 minutes later, it happened again. One ring, then silence. Then again at 5:30. One ring, silence. Each time I checked on the residents immediately afterward, but they were all still sleeping. No call buttons had been pressed. By 5:45 a.m., I was standing by the back door, staring at my phone, counting down the minutes until my replacement arrived at 6. The night staff for the main building usually arrives first around 5:50, and then the morning person for my building shows up at 6 sharp. At 5:50, I saw the lights come on in the main building across the grounds. I nearly cried with relief, knowing I wasn't alone anymore, that other staff were just a short walk away. But then, just as I was starting to feel safer, I heard it again, that male voice, closer this time, right behind me. "Don't leave!" I spun around, heart racing, but there was no one there, just the empty hallway stretching out before me. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaking. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then, from further down the hallway, near room 8, I heard the humming again, this time louder, more insistent. I couldn't take it anymore. I flung open the back door and ran outside into the pre-dawn darkness. I didn't stop until I reached the main building, practically falling through the door, gasping for breath. Sarah, the night nurse from the main building, looked up in surprise. "Emma, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't even speak at first. When I finally caught my breath, all I could say was, "Something's wrong in that building. Something's really wrong." Sarah looked concerned and called the supervisor, who arrived 15 minutes later. They both went with me back to the small building, where everything appeared normal. The residents were still sleeping. The temperature was normal. There were no mysterious voices or footsteps or half-visible women. Of course, they thought I was overreacting, maybe even making it up. The supervisor gently suggested I'd fallen asleep at my post and had a nightmare. Sarah was kinder, saying the old building plays tricks on everyone during night shifts. I didn't argue with them. What could I say? I had no proof, just my experience. I called in sick for my next 2 shifts, claiming I had the flu. I've been back at work since then, but I've made it clear to my supervisor that I won't work night shifts in the small building anymore. She wasn't happy about it, but must have seen something in my face that told her I was serious, because she agreed. It's been 3 weeks now, and I still can't explain what happened that night. I've researched the history of the orphanage, trying to find anything about a man who might have worked there, or a woman who fits the description of what I saw. So far, I've found nothing definitive. The thing is, I know what I saw and heard. It wasn't a dream or my imagination. Something was in that building with me that night. Something that shouldn't have been there. I can't prove it, I can't explain it, but I know it happened. And I know I'm never working another night shift in that building again. Some places just aren't meant to be disturbed after dark. I think the old orphanage is one of them. Story 11. I still feel sick talking about this, but I need to tell someone what happened to me in apartment 505. It's been over a year since I moved out, and I still wake up at night thinking I hear knocking on my bedroom door. My roommate Jaden and I moved into Briarwood University's off-campus housing in our junior year. We both needed a place that was affordable and close to campus, and apartment 505 was perfect, at least on paper. The rent was weirdly cheap compared to other two-bedroom places in the area, and it was only a 15-minute walk to our classes. When we signed the lease, the property manager was acting super sketchy. He kept avoiding eye contact and rushing through the paperwork. When Jaden asked if there were any issues with the apartment we should know about, he just mumbled something about regular maintenance and changed the subject. Red flag number one, I guess. But we were desperate and broke college students, so we signed anyway. It wasn't until we were moving our stuff in that our next-door neighbor, this older lady named Mrs. Hernandez, stopped by to welcome us. Except it wasn't really a welcome. She just looked at us with this sad expression and said, "Oh, you poor things got apartment 5. When I asked what she meant, she explained that our building had a history. Apparently, it had caught fire multiple times over the years, and every single fire had started in an apartment with the number 5, whether it was 105, 205, 305, 405, or our apartment 505. I laughed it off as superstition, but Mrs. Hernandez wasn't joking. She told us the building sits directly across from the town's only hospice facility, and some people believe there's a connection. The dying see this building from their windows, she said. Some say they bring something with them when they go. I remember getting goosebumps, but I didn't want to seem stupid or superstitious in front of Jaden, who was already rolling her eyes. The first few months were totally normal. The apartment was nice enough, a little outdated with awful beige carpeting and those cheap hollow doors that apartment buildings always have, but it had big windows and decent water pressure. Jaden and I got along great as roommates. We were both nursing students on the same schedule, working night shifts as security guards at Mercy General, the Level 1 trauma center about 20 minutes from campus. Our shifts were typically from 10 at night until 6 in the morning, 3 days a week. Part of our rounds included patrolling the basement where the morgue was located. Not the most cheerful job, but it paid better than retail or food service, and we could study during the quiet hours. Plus, having the same schedule meant we weren't constantly waking each other up. The first weird thing happened about 4 months after we moved in. We were awakened by fire alarms around 2 in the afternoon. We'd just gotten home from our shift at 7 that morning and crashed hard. The apartment above ours, 605, was on fire. We evacuated with everyone else and stood across the street, watching firefighters battle the blaze. The fire chief later told everyone it had started in the kitchen, but they couldn't determine the exact cause. 2 months later, it happened again. This time it was apartment 305, 2 floors below us. Another unexplained fire that started in their kitchen. By this point, I was starting to get nervous about the whole apartment 5 curse thing, but Jaden insisted it was just coincidence. Buildings this old have electrical problems all the time, she said. Besides, if there was a real issue, they would have to disclose it legally. I wasn't convinced, but I didn't push it. We'd both just been accepted into the nursing program's intensive care track, and we were swamped with coursework on top of our night shifts at the hospital. I didn't have the energy to worry about supernatural curses. Then came the morning that changed everything. It was a Tuesday in October, about 8 months after we'd moved in. We'd finished our shift at the hospital and gotten home around 6:30 in the morning. Jaden said she was going to shower and then crash, and I went straight to bed, completely exhausted after a particularly busy night. I'd been asleep for maybe 2 hours when I woke up to loud noises coming from our kitchen. It sounded like someone was searching through our drawers and cabinets, opening and closing them forcefully, shuffling items around, moving things on the countertop. I assumed it was Jaden looking for something, so I called out her name. No response, just more rummaging. Annoyed, I dragged myself out of bed. "Jaden, what are you doing? I'm trying to sleep," I shouted as I stumbled down the hallway toward the kitchen. But when I got there, the kitchen was empty, completely empty, but everything was open. Every single cabinet door, every drawer, the refrigerator, even the oven door, all standing open. Items from the drawers were scattered across the countertops, and our garbage can had been thrown across the room. Trash spilled everywhere. My blood went cold. I called out for Jaden again, rushing to her bedroom and throwing open the door. She was fast asleep with her noise-cancelling headphones on, completely dead to the world. I shook her awake frantically. "Someone was in the kitchen," I told her. "All our stuff is everywhere." Jaden followed me back to the kitchen, and we stood there staring at the mess. "Maybe you did this in your sleep," she suggested, "but I've never sleepwalked in my life." We checked all the windows and the front door. Everything was locked from the inside. Our apartment was on the 5th floor, so it's not like someone could have climbed in through a window. Feeling increasingly freaked out, we decided to check the circuit breaker box in the hallway closet, thinking maybe there had been some kind of electrical issue. When we opened the panel, every single breaker was flipped to the off position, every single one. Neither of us had touched the breaker box since moving in, and there's no way they all could have tripped simultaneously by accident. Someone, or something, had deliberately turned off all the power to our apartment while we slept. We called maintenance immediately, and they sent someone up to check the apartment. The maintenance guy couldn't find any evidence of forced entry and had no explanation for the breaker box situation. He just reset everything and told us to be more careful about not overloading circuits, as if we'd done this ourselves somehow. That afternoon, we checked the building's security footage with the property manager. The cameras showed us coming home from our shift at 6:30, and no one else entering or leaving our apartment after that. The hallway camera had a clear view of our door the entire time, and there was nothing. No movement, no intruders, nothing. Jaden was still skeptical, suggesting maybe I had done it all myself while half asleep, but I knew that wasn't true. I know what I heard, and I definitely didn't flip all those breakers myself. For the next few weeks, we were on edge, but nothing else happened. We started putting a chair under the doorknob at night and made sure to double-check all the locks. I even bought a portable door alarm that would go off if anyone tried to open it. The maintenance guy replaced some faulty wiring in our kitchen, suggesting that might have been the cause of the breakers tripping. But that didn't explain the open cabinets or the scattered trash. Just when we started to relax, thinking it might have been a one-time weird occurrence, something even more terrifying happened. It was a Friday morning in December, again after a night shift. We'd gotten home around 6:45 because we'd stopped for coffee on the way back. I remember checking all the locks and the chair under the doorknob before going to bed around 7:30. Jaden and I both had our bedroom doors closed and locked, something we'd started doing after the kitchen incident. I was woken up around 11 by frantic knocking on my bedroom door. Not just knocking, pounding, like someone was desperate to get in. Through my sleepy haze, I thought Jaden needed something urgently, so I called out, "Hang on, I'm coming." Duh. But the knocking just got more intense. As I got out of bed, I noticed shadows moving under my door, like someone was pacing back and forth in the hallway. The knocking stopped abruptly when I called out again, and I heard a heavy thud against the door, like someone had fallen against it. "Jaden," I called, my voice shaking. "Are you okay?" No answer. Just complete silence. I grabbed the baseball bat I'd started keeping by my bed and slowly unlocked my door, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I finally worked up the courage to open it, the hallway was empty, but our front door was swinging slowly shut, as if someone had just left. Without thinking, I ran to the front door and looked out into the hallway, just in time to see a tall, dark figure turning the corner toward the stairwell. It moved so strangely, not quite like a normal person walking, more like it was gliding. I can't really explain it, but it felt wrong. The shape was humanoid, but too tall, too thin, and completely black, like a shadow that had somehow pulled itself off the wall. I screamed for Jaden and ran back to her room, pounding on her door until she opened it, looking confused and annoyed. "What the hell, Cassie?" she mumbled, rubbing her eyes. "Someone was in our apartment," I yelled, pulling her toward the front door. "They were knocking on my door, and then they ran out. I saw them." We immediately called campus security, who arrived within minutes. They checked the entire apartment and the hallways, but found no one. When we reviewed the security footage again, it showed me running out of our apartment and looking down an empty hallway. There was no tall figure, no one turning the corner, absolutely nothing. But the strangest thing, the thing that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it, was the security stick we'd wedged against the door before going to bed. It was lying on the floor several feet away from the door. For someone to have moved it, they would have had to open the door from the inside with enough force to dislodge it and send it flying across the room. But the camera showed no one entering or leaving our apartment between the time we got home and when I ran out into the hallway. Jaden finally started to believe me after that. We spent that night at a friend's place, and when we returned the next day, we did a thorough search of the apartment, looking for any hidden entrances or explanations. We found nothing. Over the next few weeks, smaller things kept happening. Items moving when we weren't looking, doors we'd closed finding themselves open, strange cold spots in random areas of the apartment. We started keeping detailed notes of everything, taking pictures when things were moved, but we never caught anything in the act. The final straw came in February, when another apartment caught fire. This time, it was 205, 3 floors below us. As we stood outside watching yet another fire crew tackle a blaze in our building, I turned to Jaden and said, "We have to move. We're apartment 5. We're next." She didn't argue this time. We started looking for a new place immediately, but our lease locked us in until May. Those last few months were the longest of my life. I started dating this guy Mike from my anatomy class, and he began staying over regularly. Strangely, when he was there, nothing weird ever happened. No knocking, no moved objects, no open cabinets. We finally moved out in May, when our lease ended. The property manager didn't even seem surprised when we said we weren't renewing. He just nodded and processed our paperwork without asking questions. It's been over a year now, and I still can't explain what happened in apartment 505. Jaden and I still talk about it sometimes, trying to make sense of it all. She's more rational than I am, suggesting it might have been a neighbor with a master key playing tricks on us, or that the building's aging infrastructure caused the electrical issues, and maybe somehow the vibrations from that made cabinet doors swing open. But I know what I saw that day. The figure in the hallway wasn't human, and I know what I heard. The desperate knocking on my door when Jaden was sound asleep. Whatever it wasn't trying to hurt us exactly, but it wanted something. Maybe attention, maybe recognition, maybe just to scare us. I looked up the building's history after we moved out and discovered it was built in the 1950s on land that used to be part of the hospice property across the street. Before that, it had been a quarantine zone during the tuberculosis outbreak in the early 1900s. Hundreds of people died right where our building stands. I don't know if any of that explains what happened to us. All I know is that I'll never live in an apartment with the number 5 again. And sometimes when I'm half asleep at night, I still think I hear knocking on my bedroom door, even though I live alone now. When that happens, I don't answer. I don't even call out. I just pull the covers over my head and wait for morning, hoping whatever it is won't find a way in. Story 12. I've been meaning to get this off my chest for years. I don't talk about this much. Honestly, who would believe me? But I need to tell someone. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of it. Or maybe someone else has experienced something similar out there. I used to drive road trains through Western Australia's Gascoyne region. 13 years as a truckie, and I've seen pretty much everything the outback can throw at you. Kangaroos darting across the highway, dust storms that turn day into night, heat so intense it makes the road shimmer like water. But what happened that night near Dusthaven? That was something else entirely. Dusthaven's not even a proper town, really. Just a sad little outpost with a roadhouse, a couple dozen residents and more flies than people. It's one of those places you pass through, not somewhere you stay, unless your life's gone completely sideways. The isolation out there is hard to explain to people who haven't experienced it. It's not just being alone, it's feeling like you're the last person on Earth. I was hauling mining equipment from Port Hedland down to Geraldton. Triple road train, fully loaded. The company had me on an insane schedule as usual. The dispatcher kept saying, "You're our best driver, Cooper. If anyone can make this run, it's you." The usual bullshit to make you push yourself beyond what's safe. That night started like any other. I'd been on the road since 4 in the morning, and the sun had set about 3 hours earlier. The outback darkness is something else. Pitch black except for your headlights cutting through it. No streetlights, no houses, nothing but stars above, an empty vastness all around. You start to feel like your truck is an island in an endless sea of darkness. I'd been driving this particular stretch for years, but something felt different that night. The radio kept cutting out to static. The temperature dropped unusually low for that time of year, and there was this feeling like I wasn't alone out there. You hear stories from the other drivers. They call it the black dog phenomena, these shadow things that dart across your peripheral vision. Most of us just chalk it up to fatigue, your brain playing tricks after too many hours on the road. Some say it's just dingoes or feral dogs. The indigenous fellas I've worked with have different explanations, ones that make your skin crawl. They won't even talk about it directly. Old Jim at the Dusthaven Roadhouse had warned me once. "Watch yourself on the night runs, Liam. Something ain't right out there after dark. Animals that don't look quite right. Things that change shape when you get a proper look at them." I'd laughed it off then. Jim was always dramatic, especially after a few beers. I wasn't laughing anymore. It must have been around 1 in the morning when I first noticed something odd. My headlights swept across something dark moving alongside the road. Too big for a dingo, too low and fast for a kangaroo. When I turned my head to look directly, there was nothing there, just emptiness and scrub. "You're getting tired, Cooper," I told myself. "Just need some caffeine." I cracked another energy drink, but that uneasy feeling wasn't going away. In fact, it was getting worse. The darkness outside seemed thicker somehow, like it was pressing against the windows of my cab. My headlights didn't seem to be cutting through it as well as they should. Another movement caught my eye, this time on the passenger side. A dark shape running parallel to the truck. Again, gone when I looked directly. My heart rate picked up. I'd been driving long enough to know when something wasn't right. I tried the radio again, hoping to reach another driver, but all I got was static with occasional bursts of something that sounded almost like whispering. By 2:30 I was so exhausted I knew I had to stop. The company pushes us to keep going, but there comes a point where it's just not safe. I spotted a wide shoulder ahead and pulled over, letting the massive road train come to a gradual stop. The engine was running hot, so I shut it down to let it cool off. I figured I'd grab an hour or two of sleep, then push on to make my delivery. I secured the truck, closed the curtains of my sleeper cab, and lay down. The silence was immediate and absolute. Out there, with no engine running, you realize just how isolated you really are. No traffic noise, no people, nothing but the occasional creak of metal cooling and the soft whistle of wind around the cab. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I remember is jerking awake, completely alert. Something had changed. The truck was vibrating. At first, I thought the engine had somehow turned itself back on, which is impossible. But this vibration was different, rhythmic, almost deliberate, like something was causing it to happen. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest. The vibration continued, a low humming that seemed to be coming from all around the truck, not mechanical, more like something large was causing the air itself to vibrate. My first thought was that maybe a road train was passing by, causing air displacement. But I couldn't hear an engine, and the vibration wasn't fading like it would if something was passing. I reached for my flashlight and peered through a gap in the curtains. The moonlight cast enough glow to see the road and the scrubland beyond, but there were no vehicles, no lights, nothing that could explain what I was feeling. That's when I saw them, the shadows, moving in ways shadows shouldn't move. They were flowing across the ground, not attached to anything casting them, circling the truck, getting closer. "This isn't real," I whispered to myself. "You're dreaming, Cooper." But I knew I wasn't. The vibration was intensifying, making the windows rattle slightly. I reached for the ignition, thinking I needed to get the hell out of there, but something made me look in my side mirror first. What I saw freezes my blood even now. The darkness behind my truck was moving. Not like wind-blowing dust or animals scurrying. It was shifting, coalescing, becoming something solid, something massive. I've never believed in supernatural stuff. Always figured there was a logical explanation for everything. But logic went out the window when I saw that thing forming in my mirror. Before I could turn the key, something slammed into the side of the cab with such force that the entire truck rocked. The metal groaned like it was under immense pressure. Another impact hit the roof, denting it inward above my head. The sound it made wasn't like an animal or a falling branch. It was like something enormous was pressing against the truck, testing it, seeing if it could get in. I was paralyzed with fear for maybe 5 seconds, which felt like an eternity. Then survival instinct kicked in. I lunged for the ignition, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grasp the key. The truck started with a roar that would normally be reassuring, but now seemed pathetically inadequate against whatever was out there. I hit every light switch, headlights, fog lights, the light bar on top, the interior lights, anything to push back the darkness. In the sudden illumination, I caught a glimpse of something retreating from beside the cab. Not clearly enough to describe it, just a massive dark shape pulling back from the light. Multiple shapes, actually, flowing back into the darkness beyond the reach of my lights. I didn't wait to see more. I threw the truck into gear and pulled out onto the highway, not even taking proper time to check if it was clear. It was. Of course it was. No one else was stupid enough to be out there. As I accelerated, I kept checking my mirrors. The darkness seemed to be flowing alongside the road, keeping pace with me. I pushed the truck faster than was safe for a fully loaded road train, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. The shape stayed with me for what must have been 10 or 15 kilometers, always just at the edge of my lights, always moving in ways that made no sense. Sometimes they looked like animals running alongside, dogs or dingoes maybe, but then they'd change, stretching or compressing into shapes no animal could make. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was kangaroos bounding alongside. Maybe it was just fatigue making me see things. Maybe it was the wind kicking up dust and scrub. But wind doesn't dent the roof of a truck cab. Wind doesn't make a loaded road train rock like it was hit by another vehicle. And wind doesn't follow you, staying just out of the light. After what seemed like forever, I saw lights ahead. The tiny outpost of Q was coming up, and I've never been so happy to see that sad little collection of buildings. As I approached the first streetlight, I checked my mirrors one last time. The darkness had receded. Whatever had been following me was gone, or at least it had retreated. I pulled into the truck stop, my hands still shaking on the wheel. I couldn't bring myself to shut off the engine or the lights. I just sat there, trying to process what had happened. When the sun finally came up, I got out to inspect the truck. The roof had a distinct inward dent, like something incredibly heavy had pressed down on it. The driver's side door had scrapes and another dent. The paint was scratched in parallel lines, almost like claw marks. I told the mechanic at Q that I'd hit a roo, but he gave me a funny look. "Must have been a bloody big one," he said. Never seen a roo do damage like this. He wasn't the first person to question my story. When I finally made it to Geraldton and reported the damage to the company, they assumed I'd fallen asleep and run off the road. Better to let them think that than tell them the truth. I tried talking to one of the indigenous guys who worked at the depot. I didn't give him details, just asked if he knew about anything strange out on that stretch of highway. He stared at me for a long time before saying, "That place isn't right after dark. The old people knew to stay away. Too many things that hunt in the shadows out there." Then he walked away, refusing to say more. I kept driving for a few more months, but I never took another night run through that region. Eventually I quit altogether. Told my wife it was because I wanted to be home more, which was partly true. But mostly, I couldn't bear the thought of being out there in the dark again. The official report says I damaged the truck by clipping a guardrail while fatigued. My blood test showed high levels of caffeine and energy drink chemicals, supporting the fatigue theory. The company gave me a warning, and the insurance covered the repairs. But I know what happened. Something was out there in the darkness. Something that could move shadows like they were physical things. Something strong enough to dent heavy-duty truck metal. Something that hunted me. I live in Perth now. Nice, safe job in logistics management. I never drive at night if I can help it, and I've installed extra lights all around our house. My wife thinks I'm paranoid about break-ins, and I let her believe that. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling that vibration, that humming through my body. When I do, I turn on every light in the house and wait for morning. I don't know what was out there in the outback that night. I don't want to know. But I'm certain of one thing. It's still there, circling in the darkness, waiting for the next person foolish enough to stop their vehicle in the endless night of the Gascoyne. Story 13. I still get sick to my stomach thinking about what happened that night. My hands are actually shaking a bit as I type this out, but I need to tell someone. I've been working at Burger Barn for about 8 months now. It's not glamorous, but the tips are decent, and the manager lets me pick up extra shifts when I need cash for college applications or whatever. The only downside is the late hours. My shift ends at midnight, and I'm usually clocking out closer to 12:30. I'm 17, so I can't afford a car yet. My dad offered to pick me up, but I always told him it was fine. It's only a mile walk home, and I've done it hundreds of times without any issues. He made me promise to carry protection, though. He bought me this really powerful stun gun, one of those ones that makes a super loud zapping noise when you press the test button, and a small knife that I keep in my jacket pocket. I always have the stun gun in my right hand with my finger on the button, ready to use it if I need to. Last Thursday night was like any other shift. We closed at midnight, and I finished cleaning the drink station around 12:20. It had been a slow night, and I was tired, but looking forward to getting home and crashing. The weather was cooler than usual for September in our town, and there was no moon out, which made everything extra dark. Pinewood is one of those suburbs that's supposed to be safe, you know. It's the kind of place where people leave their garage doors open sometimes, and nobody really worries about it. The route I take home includes this stretch of Cedar Lane that has absolutely no streetlights for about a quarter mile. The town council keeps promising to install some, but they never do. I usually just put my phone flashlight on and walk quickly through this section. That night, I remember feeling extra alert because of how dark it was. Even the houses along that stretch were all dark. Most people were asleep by that hour. I was about halfway down Cedar Lane when I first heard the car. What struck me as weird right away was how quiet it was. Most cars make some kind of engine noise, right? But this one was almost silent, just the soft sound of tires on the road. I glanced back and saw it was moving really slowly, maybe 15 miles per hour, and the headlights were off. Just completely dark. I could barely make out its shape. Some kind of sedan, I think. At first, I told myself not to be paranoid. Maybe they were just being considerate by driving slowly in a residential area late at night. Maybe their headlights were broken. Maybe they lived on that street and didn't want to wake anyone up with bright lights. I had all these excuses running through my head. But then the car drove past me, went about 50 yards ahead, and slowly turned around at the intersection. My heart instantly started pounding. There was no reason for someone to turn around like that unless they were specifically interested in me. I clutched my stun gun tighter and picked up my pace, but not so much that it would be obvious I was freaking out. The car started following me again, still with no headlights, still moving at that creepy, slow pace. It was staying about 20 feet behind me, close enough to watch me, far enough that I couldn't see inside. I started walking even faster, and the car sped up too, matching my pace exactly. That's when I heard the voices. The windows must have been cracked open just enough for sound to carry, because I could hear men talking. At least 2 different voices. I couldn't make out everything they were saying, but what I did hear made my blood turn to ice. One of them said something like, "She's alone. Perfect timing." The other voice was deeper and responded with, "Wait till we get to the dark part up ahead. There's no houses for 100 yards. They were talking about me, like I was prey or something, like I was already caught. I realized with horror that they knew this route. They knew exactly where it got darker and more isolated. This wasn't random. They had planned this. My entire body went cold with fear. I was still about half a mile from home, and I knew I couldn't outrun a car. I couldn't call anyone because my phone was in my pocket, and I was afraid to take my hand off my stun gun even for a second. I thought about running to one of the houses, but they were all dark, and by the time someone answered their door, these guys could grab me. The car inched closer. I could feel them watching me. I heard one of them say, "Now?" And the other one responded, "Almost." And I heard what sounded like a car door handle being pulled slightly, like they were getting ready to jump out. In that moment, pure terror took over. I whipped around, pulled my stun gun out in front of me where they could see it, and pressed the button. The noise it makes is so loud, this electrical crack that echoes through the quiet street. Blue sparks lit up the darkness between us, illuminating my face and probably the wild, terrified look in my eyes. For 3 long seconds, nothing happened. We were frozen in this horrifying standoff. Me with my stun gun, crackling with electricity, them sitting in their dark car just feet away. Then suddenly, the car's high beams flashed on for just a second, blinding me momentarily. I couldn't see anything through the glare, but I heard the engine rev. The car peeled away so fast that the tires squealed against the pavement. They sped off down Cedar Lane, turned right at the intersection and disappeared. I stood there, stun gun still crackling, unable to move, unable to breathe. The sound of my heartbeat was so loud in my ears that I thought I might pass out. When I could finally move again, I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, not looking back once, not stopping until I reached my front door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my key in the lock. I burst inside, slammed the door behind me, and locked every bolt. My dad was still up watching TV. The minute he saw my face, he jumped up and asked what happened. I was hyperventilating and sobbing so hard I could barely get the words out. I told him everything, the silent car, the voices, how they knew exactly where the darkest part of the street was. He called the police immediately. 2 officers came to our house around 1 in the morning. They took my statement and said they'd patrol the area, but without a license plate or clear description of the car, there wasn't much they could do. They asked if I'd be willing to file a formal report the next day, and I said yes, even though I knew it wouldn't lead to anything. While the officers were there, my dad mentioned something that made everything even more terrifying. He reminded them that Cedar Lane is only about 2 miles from where the yogurt shop murders happened back in the 90s. If you're not from Texas, you might not know about this, but it was this horrible case where 4 teenage girls were abducted, assaulted and killed, while working at a frozen yogurt shop. They never caught who did it. The officers exchanged this look when my dad mentioned it that made my stomach drop. One of them told me I was smart to carry protection and to use it the way I did. He said predators look for easy targets, and by showing them I was prepared to fight, I probably saved my own life. Those words have been echoing in my head ever since. I haven't been back to work. My manager was understanding when I explained what happened, and my dad now insists on driving me anywhere I need to go after dark. I've been having nightmares every night, dreams where I'm running, but my legs feel like they're moving through quicksand, where I try to scream but no sound comes out, where I hear car doors opening behind me but I can't turn around fast enough. What keeps haunting me is how prepared they seemed. The way they drove with no headlights, how they spoke about the dark part of the route, how they were timing it perfectly. This wasn't opportunistic. They had watched me before. They knew my schedule, my route, exactly where I was most vulnerable. How many nights had they observed me without my knowledge? How many times had they followed me while I walked home, oblivious with my earbuds in? The police called yesterday to say they'd increased patrols in the area, but hadn't spotted any suspicious vehicles. They asked if I remembered anything else, but I don't. It all happened so fast, yet each second feels burned into my memory. What scares me the most is that they're still out there. They could be watching other girls who work late shifts. They could be planning their next attempt. And next time, their target might not have a stun gun or the quick thinking to use it. I keep replaying that night in my mind, wondering what would have happened if I hadn't heard their voices, if I hadn't had my stun gun ready, if I'd frozen in fear instead of acting. The officer said I wasn't their first target, based on how organized they seemed. I wonder how many others they've stalked or followed. I wonder if some of the missing persons cases in nearby counties are connected. Sometimes I find myself staring out my bedroom window at night, scanning for cars, driving without headlights, listening for engines that are too quiet. I jump at every sound. I check the locks on our doors and windows constantly. I can't sleep unless my stun gun is on my nightstand, fully charged. I thought Pinewood was safe. I thought nothing bad could happen here, in our quiet little suburb with its tidy lawns and neighborhood watch signs. But now I know better. Nowhere is truly safe, and predators can be anywhere, even on the street where you've walked 100 times before. The scariest part is that I'll never know who they were or what they wanted. I'll never know if they've moved on to another town or if they're still here watching and waiting. I'll never know if they were just trying to scare me or if they had much worse intentions. All I know is that I was seconds away from something unthinkable happening, and only luck and quick thinking saved me. If you're reading this and you work late shifts or walk alone at night, please be careful. Carry protection. Stay alert. Keep your phone accessible. Tell someone your route and when to expect you. Look around constantly. Trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. It's been a week since it happened, and I still feel like I'm being watched everywhere I go. I don't think that feeling will ever completely go away. Something was taken from me that night. Not physically, but something inside. My sense of safety. My belief that bad things only happen to other people. My trust in the world around me. I'm saving up for a car now. My dad says he'll match whatever I can put together by Christmas. Until then, I'm not walking anywhere alone after dark. I'm not taking any chances. I've started taking self-defense classes on weekends, and I'm training myself to be more observant of my surroundings. I check the local news every day, afraid I'll see a story about a girl who wasn't as lucky as I was. So far, nothing. But I know they're still out there, waiting, watching, planning. I don't know why I'm sharing this. Maybe as a warning. Maybe because I need to get it out of my system. Maybe because I'm hoping someone else has had a similar experience and can tell me it gets easier to sleep at night, that the fear eventually fades. All I know is that I came face to face with something evil that night on Cedar Lane. And even though I walked away physically unharmed, I'll never be the same person I was before. Because now I know the truth. Monsters are real, and they drive slowly down dark streets with their headlights off, looking for girls walking home alone. Story 14. I've never been the type of person who believes in ghosts. Growing up, I'd laugh during horror movies and roll my eyes at people's paranormal encounters. That changed last year when I took the night security job at the Majestic Theatre in Shadowvale. It wasn't my dream job, but the pay was decent and the hours fit around my classes. Plus, the Majestic is beautiful, one of those grand old theatres built in the 1930s with ornate mouldings, velvet curtains, and that specific smell that only old buildings have. My job was simple. Do regular rounds throughout the night, make sure all the doors were locked and keep an eye on things. Most nights were uneventful. I'd bring my laptop, watch movies, study a bit, and do my rounds every couple of hours. It was boring, but peaceful. The theatre itself has a rich history. It started as a vaudeville venue, then became a movie theatre, and now hosts a mix of film screenings and live performances. The locals love sharing stories about the place. I'd heard whispers about strange occurrences, but I brushed them off as small-town folklore. People always make up stories about old buildings. That night in October started like any other shift. I arrived at 11 p.m., relieved Megan, the evening manager, and settled into the security office. The fall performance season was underway, so there had been a show earlier that evening. The theatre was empty, but still held that lingering energy places have after crowds leave, like echoes of conversations and laughter. I did my first round at midnight, checking the main floor, backstage, and administrative offices. Everything was normal. I grabbed a coffee from my thermos and sat at the desk, starting on an essay for my history class. Around 2 a.m., I began my second round. This is where things get difficult to explain. I need you to understand I'm not making this up or exaggerating. What happened that night, and the nights that followed, completely changed how I see the world. The balcony level was always the most unsettling part of my rounds. Something about the steep stairs, the narrow walkways, and how the emergency lights cast long shadows across the seats. At the back of the balcony sits the old projection booth, a small room that's been locked for years. The theatre switched to digital projection downstairs, so this room became storage space before being abandoned entirely. The door always stayed locked. That night, as I reached the top of the balcony stairs with my flashlight sweeping across the rows of seats, I noticed something immediately wrong. The projection room door stood open, not just unlocked, but wide open, which was impossible. I'd checked it the night before, and it had been securely locked as always. My first thought was logical. Someone must have been in there earlier and forgotten to lock it after the evening show. I pulled out my phone and messaged my boss, Richard. "Hey, was anyone working in the projection room today?" His response came quickly. "No, that room hasn't been opened in years. Why?" I felt the first real chill then. I messaged back, "Door's open, I'm locking it now." "That's impossible," he replied. "I have the only key in my office." I also texted Megan, who confirmed she hadn't been up there and knew of no reason anyone would have accessed that room. A maintenance crew had been in earlier that week, but they'd worked exclusively on the ground floor. Standing there staring at the open door, I had two choices: leave it and mention it in my shift report, or investigate and secure the room. Professional pride won out over my growing unease. I walked toward the projection room, flashlight beam bouncing with each step. The room was small and dusty, filled with ancient equipment and boxes. My flashlight revealed nothing unusual, no signs anyone had been there recently. The dust on the floor seemed undisturbed except for my own footprints. The single window was sealed shut, covered with years of grime. There was literally no way someone could have opened this door without the key. Fighting my rising panic, I pulled the door closed and heard the satisfying click of the lock engaging. I tested the handle. Secure. Whatever had happened, at least I'd fixed it. I turned to head back down, and that's when everything went sideways. I'd already turned off the lights in this section as part of my routine, leaving only my flashlight and the dim emergency lighting. As I approached the stairs, my flashlight beam caught something at the far end of the landing, a figure standing motionless. It wasn't clearly defined, more like a shadow with density to it. Human-shaped but wrong somehow, too still, too dark. To reach the stairs down to the ground floor, I would have to walk directly toward it. My body went cold. I froze, unable to move, barely breathing. The figure didn't move either. My flashlight beam seemed to pass through it rather than illuminate it properly. I tried to speak, to call out, "Hello," or "security," but my voice failed me completely. I stood there for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds before pure panic took over. I bolted toward the stairs, adrenaline overriding my fear. As I ran past where the figure had been, it was gone. But the air felt thick, cold, and I had the overwhelming sensation of being watched. The stairs seemed endless as I descended them two at a time. The sensation of being pursued grew stronger with each step, though when I glanced back, I saw nothing. Just darkness. But something was there. I felt it. When I reached the bottom, I slammed through the door to the main floor and stood there breathing hard, my heart pounding so loudly I could hear it. The main lobby was well lit and empty. Normal. I did a quick scan of the area. Nothing unusual. After a few minutes of standing there like an idiot, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress, shadows, and an overactive imagination triggered by the mysteriously open door. I finished my rounds quickly, sticking to well-lit areas, and returned to the security office, where I wrote a detailed note about the projection room in my shift log. I didn't mention the figure. That seemed too crazy to put in an official report. The rest of that night passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. Several times I spun around in my chair, certain someone was standing behind me, only to find empty space. The following night I nearly called in sick, but I needed the money, and part of me wanted to prove to myself that I'd overreacted. Everything was normal for the first few hours. Then, during my 2 a.m. round, I heard crying coming from the women's restroom on the main floor. Soft, muffled sobs that sounded distinctly female. I knocked on the door. "Hello? Security? Is anyone in there?" The crying stopped immediately. I waited, then knocked again. Nothing. Following protocol for checking opposite gender restrooms, I announced I was entering, then pushed the door open. Empty. Every stall door stood open. No one was there. I checked thoroughly, looking for anything unusual. Nothing. As soon as I stepped back into the hallway, the crying resumed, slightly louder this time. I rushed back in. Silence and emptiness greeted me. I'd like to say I handled this professionally, but I didn't. I practically ran back to the security office and stayed there until it was time for my next round. I texted Richard about hearing strange noises, but kept the details vague. The next incident happened 2 nights later. I was in the backstage area when all the lights suddenly went out. Not just the main lights, even the emergency lights failed, which shouldn't be possible given their separate power system. I stood in complete, suffocating darkness. My flashlight, which had been working perfectly seconds before, flickered weakly and died. The darkness felt alive, pressing against me from all sides. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Then I heard it. Footsteps walking slowly across the stage, heavy and measured. I called out, trying to sound authoritative rather than terrified. "This is security. Identify yourself." The footsteps stopped. Then I heard them again, this time moving toward me. I backed up until I hit a wall, fumbling for the exit. Just as the footsteps sounded like they were about to reach me, the lights came back on. The stage was empty. My flashlight worked perfectly when I tested it. I was seriously considering quitting when the most disturbing incident occurred. I was in the lobby checking doors when I heard Richard's voice from behind me. "Jacob, Did you lock the side entrance? I turned around, relieved to see my boss standing there in his usual button-down shirt and khakis. It was unusual for him to be there so late, but not unprecedented. Yeah, I checked it an hour ago, I replied. What are you doing here? Just following up on your texts about the noises. Thought I'd stop by and check things out. We talked for a few minutes about the theatre, the upcoming shows and some maintenance issues. It felt completely normal. He said he needed to check something in his office and walked down the hallway. I continued my rounds, feeling much better about having someone else in the building. About 20 minutes later, my phone rang. It was Richard. Hey, Jacob. Just checking how things are going tonight. Any more weird noises? I felt my blood turn to ice. Aren't you here? I was just talking to you in the lobby. The silence on the other end lasted several seconds. Jacob, I'm at home in bed. I haven't been to the theatre since 6 p.m. I told him what had happened, my voice shaking. He stayed calm, but said he was coming over immediately. I waited in the lobby, jumping at every sound, until he arrived 30 minutes later. We did a complete sweep of the building together, found nothing unusual, no signs of intruders. When we reviewed the security cameras, they showed me standing alone in the lobby, apparently talking to thin air. There was no one there. That's when Richard told me about Hard Hat Guy. During the theatre's renovation in the 1970s, a construction worker fell from the balcony level and died. Staff and patrons had reported seeing a figure in work clothes and a hard hat over the years, usually in the balcony or backstage areas. Lights turning on and off, doors opening and closing, and strange noises were all attributed to him. Why didn't you tell me this when I started? I asked, angry and frightened. We don't tell new employees because most of them never experience anything, he explained. And those who do usually chalk it up to an old building making noises. The hard hat guy seems harmless, just checking on his theatre. But what I experienced didn't feel harmless. The figure I saw wasn't wearing a hard hat, and talking to someone who wasn't there went beyond typical ghost stories. Richard offered to let me switch to day shifts, but I couldn't make that work with my class schedule. Instead, he arranged for another guard to work with me for the next week. Nothing unusual happened during those shifts. As soon as I was back on solo duty, however, the incidents resumed. Footsteps following me during rounds. Lights flickering when I entered certain areas. The women's restroom door locking and unlocking itself while I watched. Most disturbing was the persistent feeling of being observed, like the building itself was aware of my presence. One night, I heard piano music coming from the main theatre where no piano existed. Another night, all the seat cushions in one row were found flipped up when they'd been down during my previous round, in a perfect pattern that spelled out stay. I lasted 2 more weeks before quitting. My final night, I was doing my last round when the temperature dropped suddenly in the main theatre. My breath fogged in front of my face despite it being a mild autumn night. Standing center stage, I felt dozens of invisible eyes on me from the empty seats. Then, from the balcony, I heard a voice clearly say my name. Jacob! I looked up and saw multiple dark figures leaning over the balcony rail, staring down at me. Not just one ghost, many, as if the theatre had collected souls over its long history. I didn't wait to see more. I walked calmly to the security office, grabbed my things, and left my keys and resignation letter on the desk. Richard tried to convince me to stay, offering more money and assurances that the theatre's quirks were harmless. But I knew better. That place wasn't just haunted by some construction worker. The Majestic seemed to be alive somehow, hosting entities I couldn't begin to understand. I still drive past the theatre sometimes. From the outside it looks beautiful and innocent. But at night I notice how the windows seem like watching eyes, and how the front doors never quite align properly, as if the building is slightly warped or smiling. Sometimes I see a dark figure in the upper windows, watching the street below. I don't believe in coincidences anymore. That projection room door didn't open by itself. Something wanted me to see it, to start paying attention. The theater was introducing itself to me, testing me. And whatever lives there, whether it's one entity or many, is still watching, waiting, patient as only the truly ancient can be. I still don't know what it wanted from me. But I'm certain about one thing. The Majestic Theatre isn't just a building, it's something else entirely, and it knows my name. Story 15. I've been bartending at the Anchor since it opened 3 years ago. It's a craft cocktail place in Seacliff. You know, one of those small coastal towns where tourism keeps everything afloat. During off-season, it's just us locals, which I prefer. The owner, Dave, hired me when I was just 18, starting me as a barback until I could legally serve alcohol. Now at 21, I run the place most nights. This all happened 4 months ago on a Saturday in October. We do trivia nights on Saturdays, and they're usually packed. I love working those shifts. The energy is good, people are having fun, and the tips are excellent. That night was normal at first. I was behind the bar with Mick, our other bartender, keeping drinks flowing, while our manager, Jenna, hosted the trivia. About halfway through the night, this woman came in alone and sat at the corner of my section of the bar. You notice everyone who comes in when you bartend, especially someone like her. She had this confidence, you know? Dark, curly hair pulled back, great smile, probably late 20s. She ordered a Macallan neat and asked for the trivia sheet. "Am I too late to join?" she asked. "You can play solo if you want," I told her, sliding over a pencil. "Or I can see if any teams need an extra brain." "I'll try my luck alone," she said, then looked at my name tag. "Unless you want to give me some answers, Ellie?" I laughed and told her that would be cheating, but I liked how she flirted, direct but not pushy. Throughout the night, whenever I'd refill her scotch, we'd exchange these looks. After working in bars for years, I can tell when someone's genuinely interested versus just trying to get free drinks. This felt real. During a break in trivia, she told me her name was Maya, and she was in town taking care of her aunt's beach house while her aunt was in the hospital. We talked about books we liked, and she recommended this true crime podcast I still listen to now. It was nice, you know, that effortless chemistry where conversation just flows. I didn't notice him at first. That's what still freaks me out. He must have been watching for a while before I even registered him. He was sitting 3 seats down from Maya, a guy in his 30s, dark hair, expensive watch, wearing one of those quarter-zip pullovers that screams, "I have a boat." I had served him a couple of whiskey sours earlier, but hadn't paid much attention. Seacliff gets lots of weekend visitors from the city who think their money makes them important. I was making a martini when I heard him say, "So what's your deal?" to Maya. His voice had that slight slur of someone 5 drinks in. Maya glanced at him and gave a polite but dismissive, "Just enjoying my drink," before turning back to her trivia sheet. "You're too pretty to drink alone," he pressed, moving 1 seat closer. "I'm Jason. Let me buy you something better than that." I saw her stiffen. "I'm good with my scotch, thanks." I finished the martini and delivered it, then moved back toward them, wiping the bar in that way bartenders do when they're monitoring a situation. "Everything good over here?" I asked, making eye contact with Maya. "We're great," the guy, Jason, answered for her. "I was just telling your friend here that she's drinking old man liquor." "The Macallan is perfect, thanks, Ellie," Maya said pointedly. I should have seen the warning signs clearer, the way his smile didn't reach his eyes, how he kept glancing at both of us like we were items on a menu. I've dealt with countless drunk guys hitting on women at the bar, but something about him felt different from the start. Maya turned her stool slightly away from him, but he scooted over to the seat right next to her. "So, are you two together or what? Because that would be hot." My stomach dropped. I hate when men do this. Fetishize 2 women's interaction and make it about their fantasy. "Sir, maybe give the lady some space," I suggested, trying to keep it professional. I'm just making conversation, he said, but his tone had an edge now. Don't be so sensitive. Maya looked at me with that universal help me expression women know all too well. I was about to call Jenna over when trivia started back up, giving Maya the perfect excuse to focus on the game. But Jason wouldn't let up. Every time I passed by, he'd try to get my attention or make some comment about Maya ignoring him. I kept my responses short and professional, hoping he'd take the hint. During the final round of trivia, I was making a batch of mojitos when I heard Maya say firmly, "I said I'm not interested." Jason's voice rose. "What, you think you're too good for me? I've been nothing but nice to you." I put down the muddler and moved toward them. Maya's face was flushed with anger, and Jason had his hand on her arm. I felt a surge of protectiveness. "Sir, I need to ask you to stop touching other patrons," I said, loud enough that Mick noticed from the other end of the bar. Jason turned to me, his eyes narrow and cold. "Mind your own business. We're having a private conversation." "Not anymore," I said. "Please move back to your original seat." He let go of Maya's arm, but leaned toward me instead. "You know, I've been watching you all night, the way you've been looking at her. It's disgusting." My heart started racing. The bar had gotten quieter, people at nearby tables sensing the tension. "I think you need to close out your tab," I told him, trying to keep my voice steady. He laughed, this ugly sound that made my skin crawl. "What's wrong with you girls these days? You just haven't found the right man. I could fix both of you." Maya stood up so suddenly her stool scraped loudly against the floor. "Are you fucking serious right now?" Jason turned back to her with this smug smile. "Oh, she speaks. I like it when they have attitude." What he said next still makes me sick to think about. He leaned in and said, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear, "Ellie here promised to come home with me after her shift. Said she's never been with a real man before. Maybe you should join us. I bet I could change both your minds." I was so shocked I couldn't speak for a second. I'd never said anything remotely like that. I'd barely spoken to him at all. "That's a lie," I finally managed to say. "Sir, I'm going to need you to leave now." "Don't play innocent," he snarled. "You've been teasing me all night, coming over to my end of the bar, smiling at me. What did you expect?" Before I could respond, Maya threw the rest of her scotch directly in his face. He sputtered, and when he lunged toward her, she headbutted him square in the nose. There was a cracking sound, and blood started pouring down his face. The whole place erupted. Jason grabbed Maya's hair, and I screamed for security. Our bouncer, Tony, came running from the door, along with 2 regular customers who worked at the shipyard. They pulled Jason away as he shouted obscenities and threats. "You fucking dykes! Do you know who I am? I'll have this place shut down." Blood was streaming from his nose onto his expensive pullover as Tony and the guys dragged him toward the exit. I rushed around the bar to check on Maya. Her forehead was red, but she was more concerned about me. "Are you okay? What a psychopath." My hands were shaking so bad I could barely pour her a fresh drink. "I never said any of that to him, I swear." "I know," she said. "Men like that make up whatever narrative fits their ego." Tony came back inside, looking grim. "He's gone, but he was making threats in the parking lot. I've called the police." I went to the window and looked out. Jason was standing under the streetlight across from our entrance, just staring at the bar. He wasn't leaving. He was waiting, pacing back and forth like some predator. When he saw me in the window, he pointed directly at me and drew his finger across his throat. My blood went cold. Tony saw it too and locked the front door, even though we had 2 more hours until closing. "Nobody goes out alone tonight," he told the staff. I tried to keep working, but I felt like I was moving underwater. Every few minutes, I'd check the window. Jason stayed for almost 40 minutes before the police finally showed up. By then, he'd moved to sit in his car, a black Audi parked at the edge of our lot. The cops talked to him for a while, then came inside to get statements. I found out later they didn't arrest him, just told him to leave the area. Maya and I both gave statements, along with several customers who witnessed everything. Officer Reeves, who's a regular at the Anchor, pulled me aside afterward. "Ellie, I know that guy, Jason Mercer. Family has money, thinks he owns the coast. He's been banned from 2 other bars in Portsmouth for similar incidents. One bartender filed a restraining order last year." "What happened with that?" I asked. "Nothing stuck. His family has good lawyers," she sighed. "Be careful, okay? Document everything." Dave closed the bar early that night. Maya asked if she could wait with me until my roommate could pick me up. We sat in a booth, both still shaking with adrenaline, comparing notes on all the red flags we'd both seen but ignored. "I should have said something sooner," I told her. "I've dealt with plenty of jerks, but there was something off about him from the start." "This isn't on you," she insisted. "Men like that count on women being too polite to make a scene." My roommate Kate texted that she was outside, and Maya walked me to the door. Tony insisted on escorting us both to our cars. The parking lot was empty now, no sign of the black Audi. Maya gave me her number before we parted. "Text me when you get home safe, okay?" In the car, I told Kate everything. She was furious. "We should drive by the station and file a report tonight." "I already gave a statement," I said, still looking out the window for any sign of a black Audi following us. "A statement about the bar incident, not about the death threat he made to you afterward." She was right. We went to the station, but the night sergeant took my statement with obvious skepticism. "So he made a gesture from across the street? That's not technically a threat, miss." I felt so defeated leaving there. When we got home, Kate insisted on checking all the locks and windows. I texted Maya that I was safe, and we messaged back and forth for a while. Talking to her helped calm me down enough to eventually fall asleep around 4 in the morning. I wish I could say that was the end of it. The next day, Dave called me to say he'd checked our security cameras. Jason had come to the Anchor twice before, both times sitting in my section, both times leaving without incident. I had no memory of serving him before that night, which scared me even more. How long had he been watching me? Dave had also received 3 one-star reviews overnight, all from new accounts, all mentioning me by name, claiming I'd been rude and discriminatory to customers. We both knew who was behind it. I took a few days off work. During that time, I filed for a restraining order and installed new locks and a security camera at my apartment. Maya and I met for coffee, both of us still processing what happened. She told me she was extending her stay in Seacliff, partly because her aunt was still recovering, but also because she didn't want to leave me alone to deal with everything. My first night back at work, I kept seeing his face in every man who walked through the door. Tony stationed himself closer to my section of the bar, and Dave implemented a new policy requiring all staff to be walked to their cars after closing. 3 weeks later, when things had started to feel almost normal again, one of our regulars came in and sat at the bar. Phil's a fisherman, comes in every Wednesday without fail. "Heard something you should know," he said quietly, while I poured his usual IPA. "That guy from Trivia Night? He's been asking around about you down at the Rusty Anchor. The Rusty Anchor is a dive bar at the marina where a lot of the fishing crews hang out." My hand froze mid-pour. "What do you mean, asking about me?" "Wanting to know where you live when you work. Joe told him to get lost, but thought you should know he's still in town." That night, I noticed a black Audi parked across the street when I left work. Tony walked me to Kate's car, and we took a different route home, making sure we weren't followed. For the next week, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I'd see glimpses of what might have been his car, or someone who looked like him in the grocery store. Kate thought I was being paranoid, but she still came with me everywhere I went. Then the messages started. First on Instagram, then via texts from unknown numbers. Things like, "I see you," and "You'll regret embarrassing me." I changed my number, locked down all my social media, but somehow he'd find new ways to contact me. The police said they couldn't do anything because the messages weren't explicitly threatening. The restraining order was pending, delayed by court backlogs. I felt completely helpless. Maya became my rock during this time. She'd come sit at the bar during my shifts, walk with me to my car, check in constantly. We started dating, finding moments of happiness despite the cloud hanging over everything. 2 months after the initial incident, I was closing up alone. Dave had left early with food poisoning, and Tony had called out sick. It was a quiet Tuesday, so we hadn't called in backup security. I'd just finished cashing out the register when the lights in the bar flickered. I looked up, and there he was, standing in the doorway to the back room. The door that's supposed to be locked, that only staff can access through the alley. "Hello, Ellie," Jason said, his voice eerily calm. "I think we have some unfinished business." I won't detail everything that happened next. The police report covers most of it. But I will say that I never knew I could move so fast or fight so hard. The wine bottle I broke against the counter, the burn of the pepper spray I keep on my keychain, the sound of the back door slamming as I ran into the alley, screaming for help, the way my hand shook as I called 911 from behind the dumpster where I hid. They arrested him that night, found him still in the bar, going through my purse that I'd left behind in my panic. The knife he had in his pocket was enough for them to finally take the situation seriously. That was 4 months ago. He's awaiting trial now, charged with breaking and entering, assault, stalking, and possession of a weapon with intent. His family's money got him out on bail, but the restraining order finally went through, and he's required to wear an ankle monitor. I still work at the Anchor. Dave installed better security cameras and doors with alarms. I never close alone anymore. Maya moved in with me and Kate after her aunt recovered, saying she couldn't bear to leave now. But I still check the windows before I go to bed. I still look for black Audis in parking lots. I still flinch when a customer who resembles him sits at my bar. The worst part isn't the fear. It's knowing how quickly things can turn. 1 minute you're flirting with a pretty woman during trivia night, and the next you're hiding behind a dumpster praying the man hunting you doesn't find you before the police arrive. Some people tell me I should quit, move away, start fresh somewhere else. But running feels like letting him win. This is my home, my job, my life. I won't let him take that from me. Still, I can't help wondering if he's out there right now, watching, waiting for his ankle monitor to come off, for everyone's guard to drop, for his chance to finish what he started, because men like that don't stop. They just get better at hiding. Story 16. I still get chills thinking about what happened 3 months ago. I've been working as a security guard at this massive warehouse in Ravenwood's industrial district for about 2 years now. It's not glamorous work, but the night shift pays better, and I've always been a bit of a night owl anyway. Plus, I get the whole place to myself most nights. No boss breathing down my neck, no co-workers to deal with, just me and my thoughts for 8 hours. The warehouse itself is this huge concrete box surrounded by a chain-link fence with some delivery bays on one side. Inside, it's filled with rows and rows of inventory for some electronics company. Nothing particularly interesting, just boxes of components waiting to be shipped out. But the building is old, probably from the 70s, with these flickering fluorescent lights that buzz constantly and concrete floors that make every footstep echo. That night in particular was exceptionally dark and rainy, the kind of rain that doesn't pour, but just hangs in the air, making everything damp and miserable. I remember checking my watch as I started my 4 a.m. perimeter walk, my second to last round before my shift ended at 6. I always hated the 4 a.m. check the most, because that's when my energy hits rock bottom and when the darkness feels thickest somehow. I grabbed my flashlight and raincoat from my little office by the main entrance. My supervisor, Mike, is cheap as hell and won't fix the exterior lights on the west side of the building, so I need the flashlight to see anything at all back there. As I headed outside, The rain immediately soaked through my pants. Great. It's weird being alone in a place like that in the middle of the night. The warehouse sits at the end of this industrial park, and the nearest occupied building is at least half a mile away. At night, especially in bad weather, it's like being on another planet. Just darkness, the sound of rain and distant highway noise. I've had this routine for so long that I can do it on autopilot. Walk the perimeter, check each door, shine my light into the shadows, rinse and repeat. It gets mind-numbingly boring, so I developed this habit of singing to myself. I know it sounds childish, but it helps pass the time and keeps me alert. It's something I picked up during my Boy Scout days when we'd hike through forests at night and sing to ward off the creeps. That night I was singing Hotel California. Not because I particularly loved the song, but because it was stuck in my head from hearing it at the gas station earlier. I wasn't even singing loudly, just kind of mumbling the words under my breath as I walked along the west side of the building, my flashlight beam bouncing off puddles and the chain link fence about 20 feet away. I had just gotten to the part about "you can check out any time you like" when I heard it. Another voice right behind me singing the same line. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable. A raspy, slightly off-key voice joining in with mine. Every hair on my body stood straight up. I froze mid-step, my breath catching in my throat. For a split second, I thought maybe it was just an echo, or maybe my tinnitus acting up again. I've had this constant ringing in my ears for years that sometimes plays tricks on me. But this wasn't ringing. This was a human voice. I spun around so fast I nearly slipped on the wet concrete, pointing my flashlight toward the sound. That's when I saw him. Standing maybe 10 feet behind me was this man. I call him a man, but what I saw barely looked human. He was tall and impossibly thin, like someone who hadn't eaten in months. His skin was a sickly grayish color with these dark spots all over it, like some kind of disease. But his face, Jesus, his face is what still shows up in my nightmares. He had these massive, bulging eyes that reflected my flashlight like an animal's, and his mouth was stretched in this weird, not quite smile that showed too many teeth. He was just standing there, swaying slightly back and forth, scratching at his forearms with long, dirty fingernails. His clothes were soaked through and filthy, some kind of dark jacket and pants that hung off his frame like they belonged to someone twice his size. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. My mind was racing, trying to figure out how the hell he'd gotten past the fence and how long he'd been following me. Had he been watching me on previous nights too? The thought made me feel physically sick. I finally managed to find my voice, though it came out embarrassingly shaky. "This is private property. You need to leave." I tried to sound authoritative, like they taught us in training, but I'm pretty sure my voice cracked like a teenager's. The man didn't respond immediately. He just kept swaying, his head tilting to one side as he looked at me. Then he did something that chilled me even more. He looked around, very deliberately, as if checking whether we were alone. His neck moved in this jerky, unnatural way, like he wasn't used to turning his head. When his eyes came back to me, he took a single step backward, then another. His movements were twitchy and irregular, like a video playing at the wrong speed. He started backing away, but the whole time he kept his face toward me, those reflective eyes never leaving mine. I stayed rooted to the spot, my flashlight trained on him as he retreated. Every few steps, he'd stop and glance over his shoulder as if checking where he was going, before turning back to me. I didn't dare move until I was sure he was actually leaving. When he reached the edge of my flashlight's beam, about 30 feet away, he finally turned around completely and walked into the darkness. I could hear his footsteps splashing in puddles for a few more seconds before they faded away. As soon as I couldn't hear him anymore, I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I sprinted back to the main entrance, fumbling with my keys as I unlocked the door, rushed inside, and locked it behind me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I was hyperventilating. I leaned against the door, trying to catch my breath, my wet clothes sticking to my skin. I immediately called the police. The dispatcher seemed bored as I explained what happened. She said they'd send a patrol car around, but I could tell from her tone that this wasn't high on their priority list. In a neighborhood like Ravenwood, there are always more urgent calls. While I waited, I went to the security office and checked the outdoor cameras. This is when I discovered something that made everything even worse. The cameras on the west side weren't working. Mike had mentioned something about them being on the fritz due to moisture damage, but I hadn't realized they were completely dead. I checked the other cameras and saw nothing unusual, but the fact that this had happened in the one blind spot made me wonder if it was intentional. Had this guy been watching the place long enough to know where the cameras couldn't see? The police arrived about 20 minutes later. 2 officers did a quick search of the perimeter but found nothing. No footprints. The rain had washed them away. No sign of a break-in at the fence. Nothing. One of the officers, this older guy with a mustache, suggested it might have been a homeless person seeking shelter from the rain. His partner, younger and clearly more sympathetic, asked if I wanted them to stay until my shift ended. I declined, trying to act braver than I felt. After they left, I sat in the security office, jumping at every sound. I couldn't bring myself to do my final perimeter check at 5. Instead, I watched the working cameras like a hawk until my replacement, Jeff, showed up at 6. When I told Jeff what happened, he looked concerned but not shocked. "Yeah, we get some weirdos around here sometimes," he said. "One time I found a guy sleeping in the dumpster, scared the shit out of me. But this wasn't just some homeless guy looking for shelter. The way he moved, the way he looked at me, there was something deeply wrong about him. And the fact that he'd been following me silently until he decided to reveal himself by singing along with me, that thought kept making my skin crawl." The next day, I called my supervisor, Mike, to report what happened. His response still pisses me off when I think about it. "Oh yeah, that happens sometimes," he said casually, like I'd told him I'd spotted a raccoon. "Probably just some junkie from under the highway overpass. Nothing to worry about." "Nothing to worry about," I repeated, stunned. "Mike, this guy was following me. He could have had a weapon. And what do you mean, that happens sometimes? Has this happened before?" Mike sighed like I was being dramatic. "Look, Daniel, we're in Ravenwood. It's not exactly Beverly Hills. Sometimes we get trespassers. That's why we have security in the first place. Just make sure the gates are locked and call the police if you see anyone suspicious again." I pressed him about fixing the cameras and the lights on the west side, and he promised he'd put in a request, which I knew meant absolutely nothing would happen. But what choice did I have? I need this job. I almost called in sick for my next shift. The thought of going back there made my stomach twist into knots, but I couldn't afford to miss work, so I showed up feeling like I was going to throw up the entire drive there. I brought a larger flashlight that night and a can of pepper spray I bought on my way to work. I also decided to change my routine, doing my perimeter checks at different times, taking different routes. I don't know if that would actually help, but it made me feel like I was doing something. That night was quiet, as was the next, and the one after that. No singing stranger, no trespassers at all. But something had fundamentally changed about how I experienced my job. The warehouse, which had once felt merely boring and empty, now felt threatening. Every shadow looked like a person. Every distant sound made me freeze. It's been 3 months now, and I haven't seen the man again. The cameras on the west side still don't work, and the exterior lights still flicker and die on rainy nights. Mike never did put in that request. I've stopped singing during my rounds, but the worst part isn't the memory of what I saw. It's the thought that keeps me up during the day when I should be sleeping. If he hadn't decided to sing along with me that night, I might never have known he was there. How many nights had he been following me before then? How many other nights has someone or something been watching me from the darkness while I patrolled, completely oblivious? I have tinnitus, like I mentioned earlier. It causes me to hear phantom sounds sometimes, ringing mostly, but occasionally what sounds like distant voices or footsteps. Before that night, I always dismissed these as just another symptom. Now, whenever I think I hear footsteps behind me during my rounds, I can't help but wonder, is it just the tinnitus playing tricks on me again, or is someone actually there, following silently in my footsteps, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves? I still work at the warehouse. I still do my rounds, but now I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, and I've started carrying a knife along with my pepper spray. The isolation that once appealed to me now feels like a trap. Sometimes, on particularly dark nights when the rain is coming down hard, I find myself fighting the urge to sing again, not because I want to pass the time, but because a small, twisted part of me wants to know if anyone would sing along. Story 17. I still get the shakes when I think about that summer night 6 years ago. I've never shared this with anyone except the friends who were there with me, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I grew up in Millfield, Texas, one of those towns where everyone knows everyone, and the only excitement comes from high school football games. My 3 best friends and I, Jake, Ethan, Connor, and myself, Tyler, had a tradition of spending weekends camping out on Ethan's family farm. His folks owned this massive property on Martin Road, which locals sometimes called Landry Lane, since his family had been there for generations. It was late July, hot as hell even at night, and we were sitting around our usual campfire spot near the creek that ran through Ethan's property. We'd done all the usual stuff, fishing earlier in the day, grilling burgers, and now we were just shooting the shit, drinking the beers Jake's older brother had bought us. Ethan suddenly got this look on his face, the one he always got when he was about to suggest something stupid. "You guys know that old abandoned house way out past the Richardson property?" Ethan asked, poking at the fire with a stick. Jake groaned. "We're not going ghost hunting again. Remember when you made us spend the night in your grandpa's barn because you thought it was haunted?" "No, this is different," Ethan insisted. "I drive past it sometimes when I'm taking the back routes to check the far fields for Dad. Never had the balls to go in alone, but I've been curious." Connor, always up for anything, was already standing. "I'm in. Tyler." I should have said no. Every instinct was telling me to say no, but instead I shrugged and said, "Sure, why not?" 20 minutes later, we were piling into Ethan's old Chevy sedan. The digital clock on the dashboard read 11:15 p.m. I remember that detail vividly because I checked the time repeatedly throughout the night, trying to ground myself in reality. Ethan cranked the stereo as we pulled away from the farmhouse, some classic rock station playing "Don't Fear the Reaper." Looking back, that song choice feels like a sick joke from the universe. The further we drove from town, the darker it got. Millfield isn't big, but even the sparse streetlights disappeared as we turned onto a dirt road I'd never been down before. "How far is this place?" I asked, feeling increasingly uneasy. "About 15 minutes out," Ethan said. "It's in this weird patch of land that doesn't really belong to anyone. My dad says the family just up and left sometime in the 70s. We were maybe 10 minutes into the drive when I first noticed something off. The moonlight outside the window seemed different. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but then Jake said what we were all thinking. "Guys, does everything look kind of grey to you?" I pressed my face against the window. The fields of corn and cotton that had been golden brown under the moonlight now looked desaturated, like an old photograph. The green dashboard lights were still colourful, but everything outside the car had shifted to black and white. "What the fuck is happening?" Connor whispered from the back seat. "Turn around," I said immediately. "Ethan, turn the car around." "It's probably just weird light or something," Ethan said, but his knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "Maybe it's going to storm." "This isn't normal," Jake insisted. "I'm serious, man. Everything is literally black and white out there." Connor leaned forward between the front seats. "Do you think we're dead? Like, did we get in an accident back on the main road and not realize it?" "Don't say that shit," I snapped, but the thought had already wormed its way into my head. Ethan kept driving, slower now. We all fell silent, watching the colorless landscape roll by. After about 2 minutes that felt like 2 hours, color gradually began seeping back into the world. The yellow-brown of the dried cornfields, the deep blue of the night sky. It all returned as we approached a clearing where a house stood. "There it is," Ethan said softly. The house was exactly what you'd picture when someone says abandoned southern mansion, a 2-story white structure with tall pillars supporting a front porch, except the white had faded to a sickly yellow-gray, and one of the pillars was cracked down the middle. There was a fake balcony under a 2nd-story window, the railing barely hanging on. About 50 meters to the left stood a large metal silo, gleaming dully in the moonlight. Ethan parked about 30 yards from the front porch, headlights illuminating the overgrown path to the front door. "I don't like this," I said, but I got out of the car anyway. The air felt dense, almost hard to breathe. Jake pointed to something in the front yard. "What are those?" Scattered across the yard were what looked like freshly dug holes, maybe a foot deep and wide. We approached cautiously, and Connor knelt down at the closest one. "There's paper in here," he said, reaching in and pulling out a crumpled sheet. We gathered around as he smoothed it out. It was a drawing, the kind a child would make, but deeply unsettling. Crude stick figures were drawn in what looked like crayon. Some were upside down, some lying on their sides. Their faces were simple circles with either frowning mouths or open, screaming mouths. "What the fuck?" Jake whispered. We checked the other holes, each contained similar drawings. In some, the stick figures had red scribbles around them. In others, they stood in groups with one figure separated. "Maybe some kids use this place to scare each other," Ethan suggested, but his voice wavered. "Rural legend type stuff. These holes look fresh," I pointed out. The dirt around them was loose, not packed down by rain or time. We stood in a circle, each silently debating whether to leave, but we were 17, and the unspoken challenge of who would chicken out first kept us there. "Let's check out the silo first," Ethan said, trying to sound casual. "It's probably just filled with old corn or something." The silo loomed above us as we approached, at least 30 feet tall. The metal door at its base was hanging open slightly, swinging gently though there was no breeze. Connor pulled the door open wider and shined the flashlight from his phone inside. The beam reflected off the metal interior, which was empty but weirdly clean, almost polished like chrome. "Hello?" Connor called out, his voice echoing up through the hollow cylinder. I swear I heard something then, a soft sound like a girl crying. It came from high above us, from the top of the silo. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. "It's just the hinges," Jake said, but he was already backing away from the door. We let the silo door swing shut and headed toward the main house. Ethan had brought an actual flashlight, thankfully more powerful than our phone lights. The front door was hanging open, its lock broken long ago. The porch steps creaked under our weight. I remember thinking how cliché it all felt, like we were in a horror movie making all the stupid decisions. But curiosity is a powerful force when you're young and think you're invincible. Inside, the house was completely empty. No furniture, no pictures on the walls, just dusty hardwood floors and peeling wallpaper. Doors hung off hinges or were missing entirely. We moved from room to room, the beam of Ethan's flashlight casting long shadows. The air inside was stale, but surprisingly didn't smell like mold or animals. It was more like nothing, an absence of smell that was somehow worse than any bad odor. "Check this out," Jake called from what must have been the dining room. We joined him, and he pointed to a spot on the wall where someone had carved a series of vertical lines, like they were counting days. "Probably just vandals," Ethan said, but he sounded uncertain. We spent maybe 20 minutes exploring the house, finding nothing particularly unusual besides its emptiness. No furniture, no personal items left behind, not even trash from other visitors. Just empty rooms and that feeling of being watched. When we returned to the car, that's when things got truly horrifying. Ethan opened the driver's side door and immediately jumped back. "What the fuck?" We rushed over and saw what had freaked him out. There, stuffed under the pedals, was a dead cat. Not just dead. It looked like it had been dead for a while, fur matted with dark, dried blood. But that wasn't the worst part. The interior of the car was now littered with tufts of cat fur, on the dashboard, the seats everywhere, like someone had meticulously pulled fur from the animal and distributed it throughout the car. "We've been in the house for like 20 minutes, Jake said, his voice cracking. "Someone did this while we were in there." Connor was already backing away from the car. "We need to go, right now." "How?" I demanded. "That's our only way out of here." Ethan was shaking his head frantically. "I'm not driving with that in there. I can't." "We'll clean it out," Jake said, trying to sound practical, though his voice was trembling. "Tyler, help me." I didn't want to touch it. Every part of me was screaming to run. But we were miles from anywhere, our phones showing no service bars. As Jake and I reluctantly approached the car again, Connor suddenly spoke up. "I'll go back in the house," he said. We all turned to stare at him. "What?" Ethan asked. "I'll prove there's nothing to be afraid of," Connor said, his face pale but determined. "I'll go sit in the living room with my eyes closed for 30 seconds. If nothing happens, we all calm down, clean out the car, and get the hell out of here." "That's stupid," I said. "We should all stick together." "No, I want to do this," he insisted. "You guys are freaking out over nothing. It's probably just some local kids messing with us. They probably saw us pull up." Before any of us could stop him, Connor marched back toward the house, the beam of his phone flashlight bouncing as he walked. "This is a bad idea," I said, watching him disappear into the darkness of the front door. We waited by the car, watching the house. 1 minute passed, then 2. "He should be back by now," Jake said. Another minute crawled by. "I'm going to check on him," I finally said. "I'm coming too," Jake replied immediately. Ethan hesitated, looking between us and the cat-filled car. I'll start cleaning this out." Jake and I approached the house again, calling Connor's name. No response. We entered the front door, our phone flashlights casting weak beams through the darkness. "Connor," Jake called, his voice echoing slightly. We found him in the living room, huddled against the far wall. His phone lay on the floor, its light creating a small pool of brightness. "Connor?" I said, moving toward him. He didn't respond, just stared at a spot over my shoulder, his eyes wide with terror. Slowly, he raised his hand and pointed. Jake and I turned around. At that exact moment, Ethan must have tested the headlights on the car because light suddenly flooded through the front windows, illuminating the wall opposite Connor. There, written in what looked like red paint, but what I knew instinctively was not paint, were our names: Jake, Ethan, Connor, Tyler. The letters were ragged, uneven, like they'd been written by a child or someone using their non-dominant hand, and they were still wet, dripping slowly down the wall. I don't remember much about how we got out of there. I have flashes, Connor sobbing as Jake and I dragged him to his feet, Ethan screaming when we burst out of the front door, all of us piling into the car regardless of the dead cat and fur. Ethan driving like a maniac down the dirt road, while Jake frantically tried to kick the cat carcass out the door. I do remember checking the dashboard clock as we sped away, 12:46 a.m. We had been at the house for just over an hour, though it felt like an eternity. The black and white effect happened again as we drove away, the world outside the car windows draining of color before slowly returning to normal as we approached the main road. We didn't speak much on the drive back. What was there to say? We had all seen it. We all knew something impossible had happened. Later that summer, Connor went back to the house alone. In broad daylight, armed with gasoline and matches. He burned it to the ground. I only know this because he called me that evening, his voice flat and empty, and simply said, "It's gone now." The local paper reported it as an accidental fire. No one connected it to us. We don't talk about that night. Jake moved away for college and never came back to Millfield. Ethan still works his family farm, but sold his Chevy and refuses to drive on that particular back road. Connor and I stayed in town, but drifted apart. Sometimes I wonder if we imagined it all, some mass hallucination brought on by beer and teenage boredom. But then I remember the way our names looked on that wall, wet and dripping. I remember the dead cat and the children's drawings. I remember the world turning black and white around us. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know who or what wrote our names. And I don't know why nothing ever came of it, why we were allowed to leave. But sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night and pass an abandoned building, I swear the colors around me start to fade. Drying, Story 18. I've been working at the Winchester Mystery House for nearly 3 years now. If you're not familiar with it, it's this huge Victorian mansion in San Jose with a seriously weird history. Sarah Winchester, the widow of the guy who made the Winchester rifle, built it non-stop for 38 years because she thought she was being haunted by the ghosts of people killed by her husband's guns. The place is a maze of staircases that lead nowhere, doors that open into walls, and just weird architectural choices that don't make any sense. When I first got the job, I thought it was just going to be a cool place to work while I finished my degree. The history is fascinating, and I love architecture. Plus, the pay was better than what I was making at the coffee shop downtown. I knew about the ghost stories, of course. It's literally marketed as one of America's most haunted places, but I didn't actually believe in any of that stuff. I figured it was just good for business, you know, something to make tourists excited about visiting. I was so wrong. It happened about a year into working there. I'd gotten comfortable with the house by then. I knew all the tour routes, all the weird little facts about the place that visitors love to hear. I'd even started picking up extra shifts because I needed the money, which meant I was often one of the last employees in the building at the end of the day. That particular day was a Tuesday in October. We'd had a pretty busy afternoon because it was getting close to Halloween, but by 5:30, the final tour had gone through, and most of my co-workers had clocked out. I was assigned to tidy up on the 3rd floor before leaving. Just basic stuff like wiping down surfaces, making sure all the ropes were in place to keep visitors on the path, and checking that the windows were locked. The 3rd floor has always had a reputation among the staff. Even the most skeptical employees get a little quiet when talking about strange experiences up there. There's this room called the South Turret Witches Camp. It's this circular room with these weird pentacle designs in the woodwork. The story goes that Sarah Winchester used to conduct seances up there to communicate with spirits. I'd always thought that sounded like total bullshit, to be honest. Anyway, I was almost done with my cleaning duties. The sun was starting to set, and that weird golden-orange light was filtering through the windows, casting long shadows across the hallway. I checked my watch and saw it was 5:45. Just 15 more minutes, and I could clock out and go meet my friends for dinner. I gathered my cleaning supplies and started heading down the long hallway toward the stairs. It's one of those hallways that seems to stretch on forever, with doors on both sides leading to various rooms. As I passed by the South Turret room, I felt this change in the air. It's hard to describe, but it was like walking from warm air into a cold pocket, you know? like when you open a freezer door and that blast of cold hits you. I shivered and kept walking, but something felt off. My skin was all prickly, like when someone's staring at you from across a room and you can just feel their eyes on you. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination working overtime. I mean, I was alone in a supposedly haunted house as the sun was setting. Of course, I'd be a little jumpy. But then I felt it more strongly, like someone was right behind me, breathing down my neck. I whipped around, heart pounding, but there was nobody there. Just the empty hallway stretching back toward the south turret room, shadows growing longer by the minute as the sun continued to set. "Get it together, Emily," I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the feeling. I turned back around and took a step toward the stairs. That's when I heard it. A whisper, so faint I almost missed it. It came from behind me, from the direction of the south turret room. I froze. Every hair on my body stood on end. I held my breath, straining to listen, telling myself it was just the old house settling or the wind outside. Then I heard it again, clearer this time. "Emily," my name. Someone, or something, had whispered my name. The voice was soft, feminine, but there was something wrong about it, like it was coming from far away or underwater. I couldn't move. My heart was hammering so hard, I could feel it in my throat. I was trying to rationalize it. Maybe another employee was still up here playing a prank. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. There was something deeply unnatural about that whisper. "Emily, come here." That broke my paralysis. Pure fear surged through me and I ran. I didn't look back, didn't think, just ran as fast as I could toward the stairs. My cleaning supplies clattered to the floor, but I didn't care. All I could think about was getting away from that voice. I nearly collided with Mark, one of the maintenance guys, as he was coming up the stairs. I must have looked completely terrified because he grabbed my arms to steady me, asking what was wrong. I couldn't even speak properly. I was shaking, gasping for breath, pointing back toward the hallway I'd just fled from. Mark tried to calm me down, but I just kept insisting we needed to leave. I didn't want to be in that building anymore. Finally, I managed to tell him I'd heard someone whisper my name from the south turret room when I knew I was alone up there. He gave me this look, not disbelief, which is what I expected, but a look of recognition, like he wasn't surprised. "It happens," he said quietly. "Let's get you downstairs." It took me days to calm down enough to return to work. My manager was understanding. Apparently, I wasn't the first employee to have an experience like that. She offered to reassign me to the first floor only, but I stubbornly refused. I didn't want to let fear control me, and honestly, part of me thought maybe I had imagined it after all. Stress, fatigue, suggestibility. There were logical explanations, but when I did go back to work, things were different. It wasn't just that one isolated incident anymore. Small things started happening regularly. I'd feel tugs on my hair when no one was near me. My skirt would get pulled like someone was trying to get my attention. Cold spots would follow me through certain rooms, and always, that feeling of being watched. It was worst on the third floor. I started making excuses not to go up there alone, especially late in the day. If I had to be up there, I'd try to bring another staff member with me, or at least make sure someone knew where I was. About a month after the whispering incident, I was helping close up one evening with another guide named Rachel. We were on the third floor, checking that all the rooms were empty before locking up. As we passed the south turret room, Rachel suddenly stopped. "Did you see that?" she asked, her voice tight. "See what?" I hadn't been looking at the room. Truthfully, I'd been deliberately avoiding looking at it. "I swear I just saw someone in there, a woman in a black dress." My blood ran cold. "There's nobody else up here," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I wasn't sure they were true. Rachel insisted on checking the room, and I reluctantly followed her. The room was empty, of course, but it felt heavy. Like the air was thicker in there, harder to breathe. Rachel was telling me how other employees had reported seeing the same thing, A woman in a black Victorian-style dress, sometimes pacing the hallway, sometimes twirling slowly in the south turret room. They say she's one of the spirits Sarah Winchester was trying to appease, Rachel said. A woman who lost her husband and child to Winchester rifles. I didn't want to believe it, but after what I'd experienced, it was getting harder to dismiss these stories. Over the next several months, the strange occurrences continued. Not just for me, but for other staff members too. Doors would close by themselves. Items would disappear and reappear in different locations. Visitors on tours would sometimes complain of feeling dizzy or nauseous in specific rooms, or of feeling like someone had touched their shoulder when no one was there. I never actually saw the woman in the black dress myself, but I became convinced she was the one who had whispered my name that day. Something about me had caught her attention, and she wasn't letting go. There was one incident, about 6 months after the first whisper, that really cemented my belief. I was leading an afternoon tour, talking about Sarah Winchester's daily routine, when I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck. I stumbled over my words but kept going. Then I heard it again, that same whisper right in my ear. Emily, I'm still waiting. I managed to keep my composure until I could hand the group off to another guide, claiming I suddenly felt ill. As soon as I was alone, I broke down. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was this overwhelming sense that something wanted something from me, and I didn't know what it was. I talked to some of the older staff members, people who had been working at the house for decades. They all had their own stories, their own encounters. One woman, Elaine, who'd been there for 27 years, told me she thought some spirits in the house were drawn to certain people. They sense something in you, she said, something that reminds them of someone they knew in life or something they're looking for. That wasn't exactly comforting. Still, I didn't quit. Maybe it was stubbornness, or maybe it was curiosity. I'm still not sure. I just know that despite everything, I felt a strange connection to the house and its history, even to its spirits, as terrifying as they could be. I've developed coping mechanisms. I never go to the 3rd floor alone anymore, especially not near sunset. I wear a small silver cross my grandmother gave me, which seems to help a little. I talk out loud sometimes when I'm alone in certain parts of the house, just stating clearly that I mean no harm, but I need to be left alone to do my job. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Last week, I was helping set up for a special evening tour. I was on the 2nd floor, arranging some period furniture that had gotten moved during the day. The sun was setting, casting those same long shadows through the windows. I felt the temperature drop suddenly, and I knew before I even turned around that she was there. I didn't see anything, but I felt her presence as clearly as if she were a living person standing right behind me. The air felt charged, like right before a lightning strike. And then, so quiet, I almost missed it. Emily, help me. Not come here this time, but help me. I don't know why, but that felt different. Less threatening, more desperate. I stood very still and whispered back, "How can I help you?" The temperature dropped even further. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. For a moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of something dark moving at the edge of my vision, but when I turned my head, there was nothing there. No answer came. The cold lingered for another minute, then gradually dissipated. Whoever had been there was gone. For now. I don't know what she wants from me. I don't know why, out of all the people who pass through the Winchester Mystery House, she's fixated on me. Sometimes I think about quitting, about walking away from all of this. But then I remember her voice asking for help, and I wonder, what if I'm the only one who can? So I stay. I still get goosebumps every time I walk past the south turret room. I still feel watched when I'm alone. I still hear my name whispered sometimes when there's no one there to whisper it. but I'm not as afraid as I used to be. Whatever haunts the Winchester Mystery House, whatever haunts me, I don't think it means harm. I think it's lost, confused, maybe even trapped. Just like Sarah Winchester believed, the house holds spirits seeking peace. I just never expected one of them would know my name. Story 19. I still get this weird knot in my stomach when I think about the old farmhouse we moved into back in 2001. My family had just relocated to Council Grove, Kansas from Greenville, South Carolina when I was 9 years old. My dad had gotten a new job, and my mom was excited about living in a real piece of American history, as she called it. The house was built in 1872, and man, was it massive. 2 floors, multiple bedrooms, and the property itself was huge. We had a chicken coop, these dilapidated outdoor sheds, a couple of garages, this rusted-out train car that sat at the edge of the property, and some old metal barns. At first, I was thrilled. Coming from a regular suburban neighborhood, having all this space to explore felt like an adventure. My brothers Justin and Andrew felt the same way. We'd spend hours running around the property, playing hide and seek, climbing trees and making up games. My stepsister moved in too, and we shared a bunk bed. I got the top bunk, which I was super proud of at the time. Everything was fine for the first couple of weeks. Just normal, getting used to a new place stuff, you know? But then things started getting weird. The first incident happened about a month after we'd moved in. It was a clear night with a full moon, and we were playing hide and seek outside. The moonlight made it easier to see, casting these long shadows across the yard. I was it, and I remember counting against the big oak tree, reaching 20 and turning around to start hunting for my brothers. As I scanned the yard, I caught a glimpse of Justin and Andrew walking through the back door of the house. I remember feeling annoyed because they were supposed to be hiding, not going inside to grab snacks or whatever. So I ran after them, stomping up the back porch steps and slamming the screen door behind me. "You guys are cheating," I called out, walking through the kitchen. "You can't just quit in the middle of the game." But the house was silent. No footsteps, no giggling, nothing. I checked the living room, the bathroom, even looked under the dining room table. Nothing. I was getting frustrated when the back door slammed again, and in walked Justin and Andrew, both breathing hard like they'd been running. "Where were you guys?" I demanded. "I saw you come inside like 5 minutes ago." They looked at each other, confused. "We were hiding in the shed the whole time," Justin said. "We just now decided to come in because you weren't finding us." "Yeah," Andrew backed him up. "We've been in the shed since you started counting." I felt this cold feeling spreading through my body, but I saw you both. I saw you walk through the back door. The 3 of us just stood there in the kitchen, none of us knowing what to say. Finally, Justin suggested we all go inside for the night. No one argued. That night, I lay awake in my bunk bed, listening to my stepsisters breathing below me and trying to convince myself I'd just been seeing things. Maybe it was the shadows playing tricks on me. Maybe I was just tired, but deep down, I knew what I'd seen. The weird stuff didn't stop there. As winter set in, I spent a lot of time taking care of this calf I'd gotten attached to. One afternoon in December, I was out by the barn giving it feed while my brother Andrew helped me. The day was cold but clear, and our breath made little clouds in the air. We were just talking about school and stuff when we both froze. Clear as day, we heard an older man's voice from somewhere behind us. He sounded angry, complaining about the cost of feed. "These damn prices keep going up," the voice growled. "This is my farm, my land, and you can leave before I come out." Andrew and I looked at each other, eyes wide. The voice was coming from empty space. There was no one there, and it wasn't just a whisper or the wind playing tricks. It was loud and clear, like someone was standing right behind us. Without a word, we both took off running toward the house. I remember my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. We burst through the back door and slammed it shut, leaning against it like we were afraid something was going to follow us in. "Did you hear that?" Andrew gasped. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "Who was that?" he asked. "I don't know," I whispered. "There was nobody there." We didn't tell our parents. Dad would have called us crazy and Mum would have just worried, so we kept it to ourselves. But after that, neither of us wanted to go to the barn alone. The worst day, though, the day I still have nightmares about, was my 10th birthday. June 2nd, 2001. The day had started out great. Mom made pancakes for breakfast, and we were going to have a small party in the evening. Since it was a Saturday and the weather was perfect, my siblings and I decided to head down to the creek that ran through our property. The creek was about a 15-minute walk from the house, winding through a small wooded area before opening up into this beautiful clearing. The water wasn't deep, maybe up to my waist in the middle, but it was cool and clear, perfect for a hot June day. We spent a couple of hours splashing around, having water fights and catching tiny fish with our hands. I remember feeling so happy, just being a kid with my brothers and stepsister, not thinking about anything else. At some point, I heard someone call out from the direction of the path we'd taken to get there. "Your father will be home soon," the voice said. "You kids better get back and finish your chores." I looked up, expecting to see Mom standing there, but there was no one. And it didn't make any sense anyway. Dad wasn't supposed to be home until late that evening. He was working a double shift. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked my siblings. They all looked confused and shook their heads. "Someone just said Dad's coming home and we need to do our chores," I explained. "I didn't hear anything," Justin said, and the others agreed. A weird feeling settled in my stomach, but I tried to shake it off. We played for a little while longer before deciding to head back for lunch. My brothers and stepsister went ahead, taking the path that led back toward the barn, while I stayed behind to put my shoes on. As I was tying my laces, I glanced up and saw two children standing at the edge of the clearing. A boy and a girl, somewhere between 7 and 14 years old. They were just watching me, not smiling, not waving, just staring with these blank expressions. I blinked, confused, thinking they might be from one of the neighboring farms, though our closest neighbor was miles away. When I opened my eyes again, they were suddenly much further away, like a football field's distance, though I hadn't seen them move. It was as if they'd just teleported. I rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, they were gone completely. A cold shiver ran down my spine despite the warm day. I quickly finished tying my shoes and hurried after my siblings, wanting to catch up with them before the path entered the wooded area. But when I reached the trees, I couldn't see or hear them anywhere ahead of me. "Justin? Andrew?" I called out, my voice sounding small and scared even to my own ears. No answer. I picked up my pace, almost running now, following the familiar path back toward our house. When I finally emerged from the trees and saw our farmhouse in the distance, I spotted something that made me stop in my tracks. My siblings were already there, hanging out on the back porch, all of them. But that was impossible. I'd seen them heading in the opposite direction just minutes ago. There was no way they could have gotten back to the house before me, especially since I'd been rushing. I walked the rest of the way in a daze. When I reached the porch, I asked them how they'd gotten back so quickly. "What do you mean?" Justin asked. "We came straight back after swimming." "But I saw you guys going the other way," I insisted. "Toward the old train car." They all looked at each other, then back at me like I was crazy. "We came right back to the house, Ashley," my stepsister said gently. "You must have seen someone else." "There is no one else," I snapped, suddenly angry and scared at the same time. The rest of the day passed in a blur. We had my birthday cake, I opened presents, and we watched a movie together. Normal stuff. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong with our house. with our land. That night I went to bed early, exhausted from the day's events and all the swimming. My stepsister was already asleep in the bottom bunk when I climbed up to my bed. I remember staring at the ceiling, listening to the old house creak and settle, the way old houses do. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember is waking up to a voice outside my window. Our room was on the second floor, so that alone was terrifying. "Ashley," the voice whispered. "Ashley, open your window." It was a child's voice, maybe a boy's, but something about it wasn't right. It sounded hollow, like it was coming through a long tunnel. "Ashley, please, won't you let me in?" the voice continued. "Come on, I won't hurt you." I pulled my blanket up to my chin, too scared to move, too scared to even breathe too loudly. There was a scratching sound against the glass, like fingernails dragging slowly across it. I don't know how long I lay there, frozen with fear, but eventually the voice and the scratching stopped. I started to relax just a little, thinking maybe it had all been a bad dream. Then I heard the footsteps. They started at the bottom of the stairs, slow, deliberate steps coming up toward the second floor. But it wasn't just one set of footsteps. It sounded like multiple people walking, their steps slightly out of sync with each other. When they reached the top of the stairs, I heard whispering in the hallway outside my door. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but there were definitely multiple voices, talking back and forth in hushed tones. Suddenly there was the sound of a child, a little girl, giggling. Not a normal giggle, but high-pitched and almost manic. The giggling got louder, and then I heard quick footsteps running into my room. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying whatever it was wouldn't see me. The giggling stopped abruptly, right next to my bed. I could feel something, standing there watching me. Then the footsteps retreated back to the hallway. "We have one awake with us in here," a voice said clearly from the hallway. It wasn't whispering anymore. It was stating a fact, loud enough for me to hear. I lay there, my whole body trembling, too terrified to open my eyes. I don't know how long I stayed like that. It felt like hours, but eventually I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. When I opened my eyes again, early morning light was filtering through the curtains. For a moment I felt relief wash over me. It had all been a nightmare. It had to be. Then I saw it. Standing in my doorway was a tall, broad figure. Not quite a man, not quite anything I could recognize. Where its eyes should have been were just dark, empty circles. It was watching me. I could feel it watching me, even though it didn't have proper eyes. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only seconds. Then it turned and disappeared from the doorway. A moment later, I heard the distinctive slam of what we called the Hobbit door, a small access door built into the back of my closet that led to some kind of crawl space. I lay there, unable to move, until my mom called us down for breakfast. I never told her about what happened that night. I didn't tell anyone, not for years. We only lived in that house for a few more months after my birthday. My dad's abuse got worse, and eventually my mum packed us all up and left in the middle of the night. I was sad to leave my school and the few friends I'd made, but I was secretly relieved to get away from that house. Years later, when I was in college, I found myself telling my brother Justin about that night, about seeing him and Andrew come into the house during hide and seek, about the voice at the creek, about the children who disappeared, and about the thing in my doorway. I expected him to laugh or tell me I'd had an overactive imagination as a kid. Instead, his face went pale. "Do you remember that night we were playing hide and seek?" he asked. I nodded. "I saw you too," he said quietly. "When Andrew and I were hiding in the shed, I looked out the window and saw you and our little brother walking from the chicken coop toward the house. I was confused because I thought you were supposed to be counting at the tree. Then I looked over and saw Andrew right next to me in the shed." We sat in silence for a while after that, neither of us knowing what to say. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that old Kansas farmhouse. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was all just childhood imagination, stress from the move, or trauma from our home situation. But then I remember those empty black circles staring at me from my doorway, and I know what I saw was real. Whatever it was, it knew my name, it knew all our names, and sometimes in my dreams I can still hear that voice outside my window, asking me to let it in. Story 20. I never used to believe in ghosts or paranormal stuff. As an attorney who spent the last 8 years arguing cases based on cold, hard evidence, I didn't have room for superstition in my life. That changed last Tuesday when I experienced something at the Millbrook County Courthouse that I still can't explain. I'd been working in that courthouse for about 6 months since transferring from the city to take a position as an assistant county prosecutor. The building itself is this imposing stone structure built in the 1920s with marble floors, dark wood paneling, and brass fixtures that have developed this gorgeous patina over the decades. It's the kind of place that makes you feel the weight of justice just by walking through the front doors. For all its grandeur, though, the place is bursting at the seams. Every office, closet, and corner has been converted into usable space as the county's legal needs have expanded. Every corner except the 4th floor. I'd wondered about it since my first week, but hadn't had a reason to go up there. The main courthouse activities happen on floors 1 through 3, courtrooms, judges' chambers, clerks' offices, and our prosecution team's bullpen. The 4th floor was this mysterious space that nobody seemed to talk about, which struck me as odd considering how desperately we needed the room. Tuesday started like any other day. I arrived around 7:30, coffee in hand, ready to prep for a preliminary hearing. Around 10, I realized I was missing a crucial precedent case from 1987 that would help establish jurisdiction. My paralegal mentioned it might be in the physical archives upstairs, since records that old weren't fully digitized yet. "You mean on the 4th floor?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She nodded, barely looking up from her computer. "Yeah, the clerk's office should have a key, but good luck finding anything up there. It's a mess." What she didn't say was why nobody used that floor for actual offices. Space is at such a premium that we have 3 attorneys sharing what was originally a janitor's closet, for God's sake. It didn't make sense. I headed to the clerk's office and found Marge, who'd been working there for nearly 30 years. When I asked about accessing the 4th floor archives, something flickered across her face. Hesitation or concern, I couldn't quite place it. "Any particular reason you need to go up there yourself?" she asked. "I could have someone pull what you need." "I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking for," I explained. "I might need to dig through a few boxes. It won't take long." She reluctantly handed me a set of keys, pointing out the one for the archive room. "Just be sure to lock everything back up when you're done," she said. Then she added, almost as an afterthought, "And stay away from the north corridor." "Why's that?" I asked. Marge glanced around like she was deciding whether to tell me something. Finally, she lowered her voice. "The 4th floor used to be the county jail until the new detention center was built in 1962. There was an incident back in the 50s. A prisoner fell to his death trying to escape through the roof." I raised an eyebrow. "That's terrible, but why avoid that area now?" She just shrugged. "Buildings full of quirks. Pipes make noise, old wood settles. Some people find it unsettling up there." I thanked her and headed toward the elevator, chalking up her warning to typical courthouse folklore. Every government building I've worked in has had some kind of ghost story attached to it. The elevator creaked as it climbed past the 3rd floor. When the doors opened to the 4th, I was struck by how different it felt from the rest of the building. The lower floors hummed with activity, attorneys rushing between courtrooms, clerks filing documents, the general buzz of the justice system at work. Up here, the silence was absolute. The air was stale, cooler, with that distinct smell of old paper and dust. The main hallway was dimly lit with flickering fluorescent lights that cast everything in a sickly glow. Wooden filing cabinets lined the walls, interspersed with metal shelves sagging under the weight of bankers' boxes. I followed the signs to the archive room, trying to ignore the growing feeling of unease that settled in my stomach. I found the case files I needed fairly quickly and was about to head back when curiosity got the better of me. The north corridor that Marge had mentioned was just visible from where I stood, a darker hallway branching off from the main one. Against my better judgment, I decided to take a quick look. This section was noticeably different from the archive areas. The ceiling was lower, and instead of filing cabinets, there were what appeared to be former cells that had been converted to storage spaces. Each had a heavy metal door with a small window at eye level. All were propped open except for one at the very end of the corridor. As I approached, I noticed this door was different, more substantial, with what looked like newer hardware despite its aged appearance. Unlike the others, this one had locks on both sides of the door, and they all appeared to be engaged. A small plaque next to it read, "Solitary." Something about that door made the hair on my arm stand up. Why keep it locked from both sides if it was empty? Why not use the space? Looking for something specific, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Turning around, I found an older man in a maintenance uniform watching me with narrowed eyes. "Sorry," I said, my heart still racing. "I'm Rebecca Winters, Assistant County Prosecutor. I was grabbing some case files and just wandered down here." He relaxed slightly. "Carl Jennings, Building Maintenance. Don't see many folks up here voluntarily." "Why is that?" I asked, gesturing to the locked door. "And why keep this particular room locked up so tight when the building needs space so badly?" Carl's expression darkened. "Some places are better left alone, Ms. Winters. That's the old solitary confinement cell." "But the jail hasn't been operational for over 50 years, I pointed out. "Doesn't matter." He shook his head firmly. "County policy. That door stays locked." I was about to press further when we heard it. A faint scratching sound from behind the door, like fingernails dragging slowly across the metal from the inside. Carl and I both froze. The scratching continued, growing more deliberate. Then it stopped. "Rats," Carl said quickly. "Old buildings full of them." But the look on his face told me he didn't believe that any more than I did. Whatever made that sound was larger than a rat. "Has that happened before?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Carl sighed, seeming to debate with himself before speaking. "Look, every building has its stories. This one's no different." "I'd like to hear them," I said. He glanced at the door, then back at me. "Not here. Come on." We walked back to the main area, and he led me to a small break room I hadn't noticed before. He poured himself a cup of coffee from an ancient percolator. "I've been working here 32 years, he began. "Started right after they renovated this floor in 1990. Before that, it had been sitting mostly untouched since they closed the jail. They wanted to convert it all to office space, but after the crews started working," he trailed off. "What happened?" I prompted. "Accidents. Tools disappearing, men refusing to work in certain areas, specifically near that solitary cell. Eventually, they just sealed it up and converted the rest. Now we only use this floor for storage." I frowned. "That seems impractical given how crowded the rest of the building is." "Practicality ain't always the priority." He took a sip of his coffee. "About 15 years ago, a clerk was up here filing some documents. She was alone when she heard what she described as heavy scratching and breathing coming from behind that door, like someone was trying to dig through it. She reported it, but when security came up, everything was quiet. The scratching we'd just heard suddenly felt more significant. Could someone be accessing that room from another entrance? I asked. "There is no other entrance," Carl said firmly, "and that's not all. About 5 years back, the court hired a woman to transfer paper records to electronic. Poor thing had to work up here alone for weeks. She started reporting strange things. Footsteps when nobody was around, the feeling of being watched. He leaned forward, lowering his voice despite us being alone. One day she saw the handle of that door being rattled violently, like someone was trying to get out. She ran downstairs, hysterical. One of the clerks, thinking she was just spooked by her imagination, came back up with her to show her everything was fine. "What happened?" I asked, already dreading the answer. The door started banging harder the moment they approached. The handle turned more aggressively than any human could manage, all while they stood there watching. Both women ran out and refused to come back. The digitization project got moved off-site after that. I tried to process this information rationally, so the county's solution was to install double locks and just avoid the area. Carl nodded. "Some things you can't fix, Ms. Winters. You can only contain them." I wanted to dismiss his stories as courthouse legends, but the scratching we'd both heard was very real. I thanked him for the information and, clutching my case files, headed back to the elevator. As I waited for it to arrive, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Heavy footsteps coming from the north corridor, followed by the distinct sound of metal striking metal, like someone pounding on a door. The elevator dinged, and I practically dove inside, repeatedly hitting the close button. As the doors slid shut, I could have sworn I heard a voice, distant and hollow, but unmistakably human, call out a single word: "Wait." I returned to my office and tried to focus on work, but couldn't shake what had happened. Around lunchtime, I decided to ask one of the district court clerks, Lisa, if she knew anything about the fourth floor. I caught her in the break room and casually brought up that I'd been in the archives that morning. "Oh, you brave soul," she said, only half joking. "I refuse to go up there alone." "Is that because of the solitary confinement cell?" I asked. Her eyes widened slightly. "You know about that?" "I heard some stories," I admitted. "Something about a woman who was digitizing records." Lisa glanced around before leaning closer. "That was my cousin Heather. She's not one for making things up or getting spooked easily. Whatever she saw that day was real enough that she quit a job she desperately needed." "What exactly did she tell you?" "She said at first it was little things, feeling cold spots, hearing footsteps behind her that would stop when she turned around. Then one day, she was scanning documents when she heard this horrible scratching sound. When she looked up, she could see the handle of that isolation cell door turning back and forth, like someone was desperately trying to get out." Lisa's description matched exactly what Carl had told me. "And a clerk went back up with her?" "Yeah, my colleague Sandra. She thought Heather was just being dramatic. They went up together the next day, and the moment they stepped into that hallway, the door started shaking so violently they thought it would break off its hinges. Sandra hasn't set foot on the fourth floor since." By this point, my skin was crawling. "Do you know anything about the prisoner who died up there?" Lisa shook her head. "Not much. It happened in the 1950s. From what I've heard, he was in solitary when he somehow got out and tried to escape through the roof. He fell to his death, but there might be records about it in the archives if you want to look." The thought of going back up there made my stomach turn, but my legal mind wanted facts, not stories. After finishing my hearing that afternoon, I decided to return to the fourth floor, this time focusing solely on finding information about the incident. I debated asking someone to join me, but decided against it. I didn't want to seem unprofessional or superstitious to my new colleagues. Besides, it was still daylight and the archives were far enough from the north corridor that I felt reasonably safe. When I arrived on the fourth floor again, it seemed quieter than before. I headed straight to the archive room and began searching for records from the 1950s. Eventually I found a folder containing news clippings and incident reports from 1956. According to the documents, the prisoner's name was James Whitley, convicted of murdering his business partner. He'd been placed in solitary confinement after attacking another inmate. On April 12, 1956, He somehow managed to escape his cell and access the maintenance ladder to the roof. Whether he fell accidentally or jumped remained unclear, but the medical examiner's report noted injuries inconsistent with just a fall, suggesting he may have been beaten before his death. Most disturbing was a handwritten note from the warden expressing concern about irregularities in the guard reports and suggesting an internal investigation that never seemed to happen. Reading between the lines, I suspected the guards might have been involved in Whitley's death, possibly staging it as an escape attempt. As I was returning the file, I heard it again, that scratching sound, only this time it seemed to be coming from directly above me. I looked up at the ceiling, then around the empty archive room. There was no one else there. "Hello!" I called out, immediately regretting it. The scratching stopped. Then, unmistakably, footsteps, heavy and deliberate, moved across the ceiling, stopping directly above me. I grabbed my things and headed for the door, trying to convince myself it was just the building settling, or maybe Carl working upstairs. Except there was no upstairs. The fourth floor was the top floor of the courthouse. I rushed to the elevator, pressing the button repeatedly. As I waited, I felt the temperature around me drop noticeably. The fluorescent lights flickered, and for a brief moment I thought I saw a shadow move at the end of the hallway, near the entrance to the north corridor. The elevator seemed to take an eternity. When it finally arrived, I stepped in and turned to press the button for the first floor. As the doors began to close, I saw a figure standing in the hallway, just a dark silhouette of a man, too far away to make out any features. Then the doors closed, and I was alone in the elevator, my heart pounding in my chest. When I reached the first floor, I practically ran to my office, ignoring the curious looks from colleagues. I spent the rest of the day trying to focus on work, but my mind kept returning to what I'd seen and heard. Before leaving that evening, I stopped by Marge's desk to return the archive keys. "Find what you were looking for?" she asked. "Yes," I said, then hesitated before adding, "Marge, what do you know about James Whitley?" The color drained from her face. "Where did you hear that name?" "I found his file in the archives, the prisoner who died in 1956. She lowered her voice. "We don't talk about that, Rebecca." "Why not?" "It happened over 60 years ago." Marge glanced around, then leaned closer. "Because some wounds don't heal with time, some injustices don't rest." "You think he was murdered?" I stated, not a question. "I think there's a reason that cell stays locked," she replied carefully. "I've worked here a long time. I've heard things coming from that floor when the building should be empty. I've felt someone watching me in empty hallways." She placed her hand over mine. "A few years back, I was working late, all alone. I needed a file from upstairs and made the mistake of going to the fourth floor. While I was in the archives, I heard someone call my name, clear as day, from the north corridor. I knew better than to answer or investigate." "What did you do?" "I took the stairs down instead of waiting for the elevator. As I was leaving, I could hear someone running down the hallway above me. Then something slammed against the stairwell door so hard it dented the metal. I've never been up there alone again." I shivered. "Why doesn't the county do something? Call in experts, or at least properly investigate?" Marge gave me a sad smile. "Millbrook County doesn't acknowledge its ghosts, dear. Some of the people involved in what happened to Whitley have grandchildren who still hold positions of power here. Some secrets stay buried for a reason." As I finally left the courthouse that evening, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. In the parking lot, I looked up at the building and noticed a figure standing in one of the fourth-floor windows, just a dark shape against the glass. I blinked, and it was gone. I've spent my entire career believing in what can be proven, in evidence and facts, but what happened on the fourth floor of the Millbrook County Courthouse can't be explained away by settling pipes or overactive imagination. I felt it. I heard it. and for a brief moment I think I saw him. The man who died in that building under suspicious circumstances, whose restless presence remains locked behind a door that won't contain him forever. I've requested a transfer back to the city. Until it comes through, I've made arrangements to access archives through a clerk rather than going myself. Nothing would make me go back to that fourth floor. Not for all the career advancement in the world, not for $1 million, because I know now that James Whitley is still there, still trapped, still angry, and he's waiting for someone to finally hear his side of the story.